and to slå det av. Jeg glemte hvor kan man slå det av om det trengs.
Vi gjør det her. Du kan gjerne løfte en hånd for deg. Gjør den.
Ja, jeg løfter fingeren om. Jeg har
i håndmikrofon der, og det litt lavt der. Ja, så der. Det var litt kamera som stod lavt. Få den tilbake. Og der. Ja. Vi tester lyd. Sendingen starter om få øyeblikk her. Ja. Litt for høyt, da skrur jeg litt ned, og der, og der, og der, og der. Ja. Da det... Ja. Men det ser greit ut. Det ser greit ut. Ja. Jeg har ikke lyst til å være på luft.
So I'm a researcher here at Norwegian Holocaust Center and the main convener of this conference. It is for the fourth time in the last 15 years that we bring together a group of scholars, both Norwegian and international, to discuss a relevant issue related to the Nazi destruction of the Roma. This is a subject that this center settled on effectively at the very beginning of the center. In 2007, we organized an academic conference called Historical and Current Perspective on Persecution of Sinti and Roma in Europe. And in 2013, the Nazi Genocide of the Roma Reassessment and Commemoration. In 2009, Norway chaired the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And thinking of an overarching theme for the annual academic conference, we then decided to focus on the plight of minorities in Nazi-dominated Europe, and the title of the conference we chose towards integrated perspective on Nazi policies of mass murder. As you can imagine, Roma was one of these minorities that we discussed at the conference. And then finally, the conference I was held at the center in 2016 had a slightly different focus, dealing with Roma and cross-border migration in Europe from the 18th century up till Second World War. The study of the Roma genocide, the growing field, enjoying an ever wider institutional support, much more than it had received, say, 15, 20 years ago. And anyway, I will let our keynote speaker, Carola Finks, to discuss at length in her address. What I do want to briefly reflect in my introduction is a specific contribution which I believe our center, this center, is making to the study of the Roma genocide. And I mean, not only what we do, but sort of the way we do it. Well, first and probably the most important, we were from the outset clear that dealing with Romani history, for the most tragic episode of that history, is not possible without engaging in conversation with the people at the center of that history. It's just plain unnatural to write history for the Roma and not with the Roma. And here the credit goes to one of my colleagues who will be speaking later today, Maria Roswell. I will have a chance to introduce her properly in this afternoon. I would formulate it as a sort of matter of coordination. So we go out to say that's what we want to do, and you can participate. I mean, if you can, in a sense. Well, second, we approach the Romani history from multiple perspectives, as a history of a minority, as a citizenship policy, in this particular case, Norwegian domestic policy vis-a-vis Roma people. So long durée history, we take a perspective from the 19th century until today, both perpetrator and victim perspective, and I want to emphasize working on the level of single individual. And this particular approach is, of course, not possible in the case of countries with significant Roma populations. Third, we were early on of an opinion that the destruction of the Roma does constitute genocide. And at this point, we advanced also academically. Obviously, persecution and mass murder of Roma involved differently in different parts of Europe. Again, something that we'll probably hear from Carola Fink's presentation, meaning that the treatment of the Roma in any given country or zone of German or, say, Romanian occupation doesn't always carry the attribute of genocide, some scholars have argued. And finally, we are, in a sense, in a unique position where we can instantly sort of display and communicate research findings to larger audiences. We have an education department, we have a permanent exhibition on the Holocaust, and we have now a dedicated space for temporary exhibitions. Ever since the center opened to the public in August 2005, the Nazi destruction of Roma has been integrated in the broader history of the Holocaust. Among the first things you see in the exhibition downstairs, and you're of course welcome to see it if you have time, are the photos of German physician Robert Ritter and his ID Eva Justin taking anthropometrical measurements of German Sinti in the late 1930s. Before I pass the microphone to the center's director, Gyuri Jeltnes, whom you already met this morning, I want to kind of digress for a minute. There are quite a few scholars working on the subject of Roma genocide, and some of them will be presenting research today. One of the historians I wanted to invite, but could not invite, is Michael Zagli, whose name may be familiar to some of you. Michael has done outstanding work on the Nazi murder of the Roma in occupied Ukraine. Tried to reach Michael ever since the unprovoked Russian attack on February 24th, to no avail. So I haven't heard from him, basically. That is until 5 days ago, so he wrote to me. He said that he is part of a territorial defense. They're defending the border in Sumy region, is just immediately north of Kiev. That area was temporarily occupied by the Russians in February and March. He kind of wrote matter-of-factly that they engage in skirmishes with the Russians. Sometimes they get bombed, but fortunately no casualties so far in their particular unit. And then he said something that struck me. He said, well, you know, I don't want to forget my identity as a historian. So in spare time of duties, for 1 or 2 hours, I continue my research on destruction of the Roma and German-occupied Ukraine. And I thought to myself, you know, with this kind of spirit and dedication, I mean, there is not a chance Ukraine and Ukrainians can ever be defeated. I'm sorry, the digression, but I really wanted to share with you. All right, it's probably a bit odd after that, moving on to more mundane matters, but well, I still have to tell you a few practical things with regard to the conference. First of all, those who saw the original program have seen some changes to the program. Unfortunately, well, we all thought that we're done with the corona, but unfortunately it's not the case. So we got a couple of cancellations. And I'm particularly concerned the very first session. So instead of 3 scholars, there will be just I presenting in that session. I hope you don't mind. Coffee, tea, water, some fruit. You saw it already in the back. Toilets, essential thing, on the ground floor. The lunch will be served as scheduled, I believe at 12:30, in a cafe just across the hall. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. And now I can really turn the microphone to our center's director, Guri Hjeltnes, who has been very supportive to the study of the Roma genocide over all the years. She has been a director here since 2012. Guri, please.
Thank you, Anton, and hello, everyone. Good to see you. I'm the director here, and I've been here for some 10 years, and the Roma has been with the Holocaust Center from the early beginning in the early 20s, from 2005 to 2006. Anton has told me that I should actually introduce you to our center, and I'm happy to do that. As you know, we are here in Oslo, and I'm proud to say that in Scandinavia, this has been the only Holocaust museum and center till now. We have our Swedish colleague here, Niklas, and we're working on the Swedish the new Museum for Förintelsen in Stockholm. But we've been here since 2001, focusing on Holocaust, other genocides, extremism, anti-Semitism, hate speech, and a long, actually today, topics of research and educational activities, and also of a situation of minorities in contemporary society. Before the pandemic, and we did actually close down, as everyone, we usually had every year a vast variety of activities, some 60, 70 events every year, lectures, seminars, conferences, talks, and discussions. Before the pandemic, and then we were closed. And now, this year, it's such a joy that our activities are back tenfold, and we do enjoy, like today, and have this room filled with people and academics and people eager to know and convey knowledge and academic discussions. Right now, you are in a historic building, Villa Grande. It's pompous. And that is why it actually was built and during First World War, when there was so much money. It was a gifted industrialist. He began building this building in 1917 during the First World War. He made a lot of money, but he gave up. A shipping owner took over, and then another shipping owner took over during the 1920s, and they used the best architects ever, and the building with more than 80 rooms were actually ready in the interwar period, but no one lived here. You could imagine this as a private residence. Well, no one moved in till Norway was occupied by Nazi Germany. Then the building was vacant, and the Norwegian Nazi Party wanted their leader, Vidkun Quisling, to live in a place where they could protect him. And they took this property. Vidkun Quisling moved in with his wife, Maria. She was from Kharkov, Ukraine, and moved in and lived here. So this was his residence, and what did he take as his office? He took the royal castle. I don't know if you've been in the center of Oslo yet, but it's really a fantastic building on the top of in the center. He took that as his office. The royal family had fled and stayed in the exile during the war, and he lived here. It's important to say that the Villa Grande was not like Vanse, the building. There was no political decisions of any kind taken here. It was actually a place to live. But it was pompous. You are now sitting in what was Vidkun Quisling's grand hall, his dining hall. And his wife bought expensive furniture from the best shops. It was a wartime, but there were no materials for anyone. But they took actually and emptied the public money boxes and banks and spent a lot of money to refurnish and actually live in here. There were carpets from Persia, there were paintings, there was silver from the castle and the royal family. It was really bonanza. He spent a lot of money living here, and his wife spent a lot of money. Anyway, story short. Quisling was arrested in May 1945, executed in October the same year. In 1945, this building was inhabited and housed the Allied High Command. General Andrew Thorne lived here. And for some days before the royal family came back in June, in May, Norway was actually governed by the Allied High Command here. So it was a sudden shift. And General Thorne actually opened up for journalists. He let everyone tell what's happened here. The building was immediately denazified. All the silver was taken out of the house. The royal castle, the King Haakon did not want to have anything back. That is actually now in Norwegian embassies around the world, what was all the furniture. But anyway, for some years, this building was used by the French embassy, and then for more than 30 years, this has been a health institution. First, it was for sick people, and then it was an educational place, educating nurses, giving extra courses to doctors and everything. And then, in the 1990s, this building was empty. At the same time, another process happened here in Norway, and that was the restitution process. It was a long process over some years, really controversial, concerning the liquidation of the Norwegian Jews' economical status during the Second World War. And I'm proud to say that we had published a huge study made by Sine Korell, sitting here now, one of our researchers, last year on the liquidation of the Jewish properties. The restitution process, this was not the main result, but a fund for this building was a part of the restitution result. So one could say, with a symbolic act of reparation, the center transformed the image of this monumental and pompous building. Once a house of a Nazi leader, it's now filled with activities in strong contrast to its former role, and we are proud of that. We turn the history 180 degrees and telling another story. And as Anton said, the Roma genocide has always been a central part of the Norwegian Holocaust Center. It started early. Maria Rosvold is here. I don't know if you today, Maria, will talk about that, but you're giving an own lecture. But anyway, it's been really important that we have had employees in good contact and communication with the Roma themselves. And Maria was the person. It started many times. I brought some books here. You can see them downstairs. And we're certainly proud of them. And this one, a thin thing, or bleed them quit, to get rid of them, as one of the bureaucrats said. It started actually by a Norwegian representative of the International Romani Union who took contact with the newly established Center for Holocaust around 2005. And among the subjects and the discussion was the dearth of documentation on the destruction of the Norwegian Roma. And it took time. They also approached the authorities and the parliament. And in response, after some time, to the inquiry from the Roma organizations and persons themselves, a cabinet minister said that the government would consider this issue insofar as the initiative comes from the Romani groups. Subsequently, 3 existing Norwegian Romani organizations built up around respected extended families formally approached the parliament with a request to establish the identity of the murdered Roma alongside the other Norwegians who perished during the Second World War. And in addition, the Roma sought a formal apology and financial compensation for the suffering endured by the Norwegian Roma. For the Holocaust Center, it was a field that obviously had to be raised and developed. It might be difficult for the first period to raise this, I don't really know. But in my time, it's obvious that the meetings with directorates and ministries was really a place to start. They did not immediately give funding, but they came after some effort, and with good arguments, they actually yielded. The government announced a public will to produce a report with a work titled The Roma and the Holocaust, and our center got the assignment. But the call, that is important, the call for application specified cooperation with the Roma community throughout the process. And I look here at the historians at the center that really did that. That's Maria Rosvold. Raise your hand. Jan Brustad-Lien, you're here. And he's really modest, but he was really important. And then we have Lars Lien. Are you here? No. He might join in later on. They were actually at that time formerly 3 master students. But they made this report. And along with the project team, they worked in close contact with an academic reference group and with contacts with representatives of 2 Norwegian Romani networks. The latter provided some valuable input, especially concerning the ethical aspect of the report in the making. For instance, the issue of forced sterilization. Specifically, the researchers set to examine discriminatory policies vis-à-vis the Roma in interwar years, document the act of the Nazi mass murder, and establish the names of the victims. Establish the names. While they mainly engaged in archival research, they also met with select descendants of the Roma murdered by the Nazis. And the research findings were presented at the end of 2014 and early 2015 in the presence of government officials and members of the Roma society. That was really a moment here. You remember, Maria? That was a moment. And a few months later on, as a result of this thin report, to get rid of them, the Prime Minister Erna Solberg of Norway, on April 8th, the International Roma Memorial Day, issued on behalf of the government and the Norwegian society an official apology to the Norwegian Roma for their racist policy of exclusion practiced before and after the Second World War, and the dire consequences it had led to during the Holocaust. And the following year, the government proposed the collective reparations to the Norwegian Roma in amount of 13 million Norwegian kroner. And that has resulted in Romano Care, and we are so lucky that today we have members of Romano Care, a cultural Romani center that is actually located quite outside the center of Oslo, which is really a vibrant center. That is a result of that process. However, our center continued the work and dug into more archives. Another historian took in Carl-Emil Vogt on the first bench here. You can raise your hand as well. Now we were 4 historians. And now another one of the master was a doctorate, and Carl-Emil was a doctorate, so it's really quite a team. And this project resulted, and you can find it downstairs, in this monograph, mapping the course of persecution and mass murder of Norwegian Roma. Et uønsket folk. An unwanted people. Development of a gypsy policy and extermination of Norwegian Roma in 1915 and 1956. And you will see actually some of the materials they found in Belgian and French police archives are now in exhibition. And in the book. Have a look. And some years, oh my goodness, is that happening now? You didn't hear anything? And some years, Maria Rosvold here, and you will hear her listen today, she's published, I don't know if you want to call it biography, Maria, but actually it's a life story of a survivor, Zolo Caroli, A European History. And you will later hear her lecture. As we planned the new building, behind here, as you walked up today, you might have seen it. You've seen it over there. It's called Mino, Minorities, named by the architect, and we kept the name. We planned this building for contemporary exhibition many years ago, and it's been a hard work to get the funding and everything, but we knew, and I knew quite clear, it would be controversial what we were planning to do. We should make 2 big holes in this building to make a wonderful bridge over to the new building, but that opened for a possibility. Punching 2 holes in the walls of Villa Grande, we could use this opportunity to upgrade our permanent exhibition because we had to move monitors, we had to do different things. So it was a goal to integrate the Roma into the entire Holocaust exhibition. There was a group here, the same historians, the Roma group and some others at the center took part and were involved in the educational department, research department, and our Roma group, and also in dialogue and involving the Roma themselves. When we opened the new building last year, after shortly thereafter, we could open the new Holocaust exhibition, including the Roma in all levels. You will see it today, and then later on, when Carl Emil Vogt will guide you through the exhibition. There are several places you can see that story integrated in the Holocaust in Norway. And you'll see our new upgraded hall of commemoration features now the 62 Romani victims displayed side by side with the names of 743 Jewish victims. Of this we are proud. It has been possible due to eager and competent colleagues here at the center. Thank you to all of you now here. It's really been a long travel, but now we are here and there are more research to be done. And it's a common aim to fulfill the center mission in the field of minorities. And as you have said many times, Anton, when we planned this, there are so many Holocaust museums that do not integrate the Roma. And Niklas, you are here from Stockholm. I told you when I met you, I said, you have to include the Roma. Please do, and welcome everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you, Guri. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Carola Finks. It's one bit an exaggeration to say that of all historians working on the subject of Nazi genocide of the Roma in the world today, Carola Finks perhaps has the broadest expertise. It is nearly impossible to deal with any aspect of the destruction of Sinti and Roma without referring to her research. Carola Finks wrote her PhD thesis on the Nazi concentration camp system at the University of Düsseldorf. For many years, Carola served as a director of the National Socialist Documentation Center at the city of Cologne, and since 2017 is affiliated with the Research Center for the Study of Anti-Gypsyism at the University of Heidelberg. Finks has worked in the Nazi persecution and mass murder of Sinti and Roma for a good 25 years now. Among her numerous publications on the subject, I would single out books and journal articles on Nazi persecution of Sinti and Roma, specifically in the Rhineland and Westphalia. She contributed numerous entries for the multi-volume German-language publication, A History of the Nazi Camp System, and the US Holocaust Memorial Museum Encyclopedia of Camp and Ghettos. But best of all, she's probably known as a curator of the Voice of the Victims section of the digital Rome archives and leader of the ongoing research project, Encyclopedia of the Nazi Genocide of the Sinti and Roma in Europe. Both of these massive undertakings is an enormously important resource. Another great thing is that these collaborative projects have brought together, again, thanks to Carola Finks, pretty much everyone who at one point or another have done fundamental research on any aspect of the Roma genocide. I'm not an exception. I have indirectly contributed to the Roma Archives project and more substantively to the current encyclopedia project, and my colleague Maria Roswell is also involved. So, I think we all agree that the study of the destruction of the Roma people during the Second World War made significant advances in the past 3 or so decades, yet the gaps in research remain, and it requires also coordinated efforts to fill them. And no one is better to talk about it than Carola Finks. So, Carola, the floor is yours. And apropos, you have as much time as you want due to changes in the program.
Don't say that. You might regret it. Yes. Yes, hello everybody, dear Anton, dear Guri, thank you very much, the organizers, the colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation to the conference, and also thank you very much for the friendly introduction and also the introduction of your center. when I come to my speech now, there might be several sections where you can think, except Norway. So take care of that. In the following, I will deal with the gaps and fragments that exist in research on the genocide of the Sinti and Roma. After an introduction, I will briefly present my project Encyclopedia of the Nazi Genocide against the Sinti and Roma in Europe. I will then outline some research approaches addressing current research, but also desiderata. The third part of my lecture deals with potentials that have not been sufficiently utilized so far, as well as perspective for future research. With very few exceptions, significant academic research on the genocide of the Sinti and Roma only began in the 1990s. The delayed reappraisal continues to burden the field of research to this day. This is not only due to the lack of empirical, that is, source-saturated studies. What is serious is that for decades, the topic was either non-existent or extremely marginalized in academia. This has led to the fact that there was no continuous research, no critical scientific discourse, no specialist journals, and certainly no professorships that would have given the genocide the attention that would have been appropriate in view of this crime against humanity with its grave consequences that continue to this day. In addition, science and research have played a significant role in the development and spread of anti-Gypsyist thought patterns and practices, and some still do today. For too long, the involvement of scientists in Nazi crimes remained unaddressed and unnoticed. Even though more and more academic works have been produced at universities since the last 20 years, I would say, and we all know the bibliography compiled by Anna Abakunova and Ilse Nabu in 2015, and especially the last few years have been very productive. It remains to be said. Firstly, there's a lack of a well-networked scientific community in which a continuous exchange critical of racism can take place. Secondly, there is a lack of university structures that can advance research projects beyond isolated dissertations or third-party funded projects in the long term. And thirdly, there is a lack of institutions that were capable or are capable of collecting, preserving, researching, commemorating, and communicating the genocide of Sinti and Roma at a high professional level in a focused and sustainable manner, as Yad Vashem or the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum do for the Shoah. We are all navigating in this difficult terrain. To date, the existing knowledge about the genocide in its European dimension is highly fragmented. Studies that already exist are often difficult to access and are available in different languages, in Norwegian, for example, without translation or relevant cataloging. For numerous countries, persecution contexts, and complexes of crimes, there are still immense gaps in research. This applies, for example, to German-occupied Poland. In addition, new difficulties are piling up. Archives are not accessible, for example, because of the war Russia is waging against Ukraine. Elsewhere, historical revisionist discourses and laws hinder free research. I will touch on a few areas in the following, but I would like to point out now that I will not provide an overall appraisal of what has been achieved, including some of the work of those gathered here. We all know our publications. Rather, I'm interested in a few highlights that, as the title indicates, already eliminates existing gaps and fragments. Despite all these difficult conditions, I have decided to initiate the project of an encyclopedia. The format of an encyclopedia is particularly suitable for presenting a heterogeneous and incomplete body of knowledge. An encyclopedia is a reference work of the existing knowledge in alphabetical and systematic order. No more, but also no less. We will see. Thankfully, the Foreign Office of the Federal Republic of Germany was immediately very convinced by the concept and is funding the project, which is based at the Research Center on Anti-Gypsyism at the Department of History at Heidelberg University from July 2020 to 2025. At the end of next year, hopefully, first results will be available online in German and English. After that, the online encyclopedia will be continuously expanded in terms of content, and in 2025 there will be a multi-volume print version initially in German. With a small team, the research assistant, Dr. Sarah Kleinman, and 2 student assistants, and a large European network, we are working on organizing the collection of knowledge. Currently, 40 researchers are involved. In country-specific working groups, research results and content for the encyclopedia are discussed, and the individual lemmas are designed and implemented. Further working groups will be formed this year and next, so that many more colleagues will be involved in this collaborative work. You mentioned it also. After the main overview texts have been written by the end of next year, cross-sectional topics will be worked on and additional individual contributions will be solicited. The lemmas will be written on countries, places, persons, institutions, topics, and events. In addition to the indices, and an online encyclopedia, of course, offers numerous other research and linking options like a book. One access here is the option about rubrics. With these rubrics, the lemmas can be sorted. And I will list them here because they indicate that there are certain focuses within the encyclopedia. You can sort after first spaces, that is countries, regions, and places. You can sort after crime scenes. This is internments, camps, ghettos, and murder sites. The other rubric is persecution system, institutions, persons, concepts, and laws. There is something like a glossary. We name it topics from anti-Gypsyism to Zyklon B. We will highlight, of course, several life paths of Sinti and Roma, and the aftermath, the justice, compensation, and commemoration also plays a role. Now I come to the topic, I will talk a little bit about the various research approaches. I still consider the topographical approach to be fundamental to the study of genocide. This is important both because of the significance of initiatives from below for the early practice of persecution and the radicalization of it, and for the analysis of the network of actors from the administration and security apparatus who organized exclusion and persecution. For example, Esther Sattig's study on the region in southwest Germany showed, among other things, how from 1933 onwards, one mayor in particular promoted the racially motivated exclusion of those affected, implementing measures that were only decreed much later in the Reich. The local level makes it possible to show the scope for action, for example, in the case of deportations. Moreover, it is only at this level that it is possible to illustrate who the people affected by persecution were, what persecution meant to them, and how they reacted to it. Peter Jorna published a study on The Hague in 2021. In it, he takes a closer look at the 245 victims of the deportation of 19 May 1944, from the Westerberg camp to Auschwitz-Birkenau, who are often only known from numerical overviews or lists of names. The largest group, 75 persons of the deportation victims, came from The Hague in the Netherlands. We didn't know this before. Jorna examines the history of these families for the period from 1900 to 1970 and can thus also make visible the deep cuts that the genocide caused. The importance of local studies for the deconstruction of the perpetrator perspective, in which Sinti and Roma are always defamed as strangers or homeless, was also shown recently by Michael Schuster. The example of the Dücher family from Ruski in southern Moravia illustrates that they held a socially and economically equal position in the village. Thanks to their social ties, the mayor successfully lobbied for the family's release after their first arrest in March 1943. But this rescue attempt failed under pressure from higher authorities, so that, with the exception of one relative who was protected by his Slovakian passport, all were deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau 2 months later. None of the deportees survived. One category that the perpetrators used in the selection of Sinti and Roma was sedentary versus non-sedentary. It played a role in the murder policy of the Wehrmacht and Sonderkommandos in the occupied Soviet Union, as well as in the deportation policy of the Romanian government. Here, too, local and regional studies with biographical approaches, for example, by Petre Georgen Mattei and Grégoire Cousin on the deportations to Transnistria, have shown that the racist stigmatization cannot be reconciled with the reality of life of those affected. The potential of local and regional research, which has only been mentioned here in rudimentary form, is far from being exhausted. Microhistorical approaches could expand our knowledge, especially for the regions where territorial reorganizations and changing regimes led to escalations of persecution, especially in the last 2 years of the war. Théophile Leroy, for example, is currently researching the persecution of the Sinti living in the German-French Rhine-Alsace region. Expulsion actions by Einsatzgruppe 3 from summer 1940 to spring 1941 were followed by racial categorization by the Strasbourg Criminal Police. From spring 1943 until autumn 1944, genocidal practices took place in German-annexed Alsace, unlike in the rest of occupied France. Leroy's meticulous research into the persecution of the Sinti led to Auschwitz-Birkenau, but also to concentration camps such as Natzweiler, Struthof or Dachau, and to internment camps in Vichy, France, like Rivesaltes, Gurs, et Salier. Martin Holler has highlighted the interlocking of the civilian and military persecution instances in connection with the could I have a little bit of water? Great. Thank you. In connection with the persecution of the East Prussian Sinti. These were interned in a detention camp in Königsberg, among other places, and then deported to Bialystok and Brest until they were finally deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau in spring 1944. The examples illustrate once again that only with cross-border approaches can the European dimension of persecution be mapped. Another topographical approach is that of crime scenes, camps, and ghettos. In recent years, far too little attention has been paid to killing sites, although the majority of Roma in particular were murdered outside camps. As early as 1998, Piotr Kaszyca presented a table of about 180 crime scenes in German-occupied Poland where Sinti and Roma were murdered, mostly shot. To date, only very few individual cases of these crime scenes have been researched. 180 essentially unexplored killing sites in German-occupied Poland alone. The research efforts that would have been to be made in this regard can hardly be quantified. Last year, Michael Tiagli, we've heard about him, presented an overview of around 150 sites of massacres of Roma in his study mapping the genocide of Roma in Ukraine 1941 to 1944 and the memory of it. The fact that this research has now come to a standstill due to Russia's war against Ukraine, that it might hardly be possible to resume it, should not go unmentioned here. With the support of the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, 2 projects are currently being carried out that are relevant with regard to crime scenes. One project is being undertaken by Laszlo Csörs for the places in Hungary where Roma were murdered in 44-45. The IRA's second project on Serbia is being carried out by the organization Terraforming and the archives of Vojvodina, both in Novi Sad, Serbia. Here, one of the focuses is to identify the small places where the Roma population was almost completely wiped out. The work of the French organization Yad in Unum, which is dedicated to clarifying the Holocaust by bullets, should not go unmentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe in particular, Yad in Unum has undertaken and continues to undertake field research, securing graves and records, among them sites of executions of Sinti and Roma. The cosmos of camps in which Sinti and Roma were imprisoned and not rarely murdered is far from being surveyed. We know now relatively much about the camps in the Reich that were founded exclusively for the segregation of Sinti and Roma, the so-called gypsy camps. Sybil Milton once aptly called these camps antechamber to Auschwitz, for indeed internment in such camps was usually followed by deportation to Auschwitz-Birkenau or, as in the case of the Burgenland Roma, to the Litzmannstadt ghetto and from there to the Kulmhof extermination camp. While the camps in occupied France are also comparatively well researched, this is not the case for many other camps in Europe. Roma were very often interned in camps of different types: collective camps, prisons, so-called labor education camps, Gestapo or police detention camps. It is important for historical scholarship and for the culture of remembrance that we identify these places of detention. It may come as a surprise, but there is still a great need for research, even for the concentration camps under the command of the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office. Only for Bergen-Belsen and Natzweiler-Struthof are there monographs on the Sinti and Roma victim group, albeit not satisfactory ones. For the others, they are at best essays. Stefan Joos recently filled an important gap with an overview article on the Sinti and Roma prisoner group in Dachau. Since 1934, they were imprisoned there continuously, according to his estimated total of 2,400 to 2,900 by the end of the war. These were mainly Germans and Austrians, but with the dissolution of the concentration camps to the east, increasingly other nationalities, including a larger group of Hungarian Roma. Many were transferred from Dachau to Buchenwald concentration camp, which once again points to the need to empirically examine the deportation routes for this group of prisoners more closely in an overarching context. A symptom of the deficits in research is that neither the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration and extermination camp nor the Jasenovac extermination camp are subject of scientifically well-founded and in-depth monographs on Sinti and Roma. In view of the fact that about 20,000 people died in each of these camps, this is only roundabout, this is not only a glaring gap in terms of research, but also in terms of commemoration. This gap cannot be closed by existing thoroughly commendable works on various aspects. However, I do not want to end this section about the research too pessimistically. There are always smaller or larger projects that promise new insight. For example, Joanna Talewicz-Kwiatkowska, University of Warsaw, is currently researching Roma in ghettos in the so-called general government, as well as Romani women in the so-called gypsy family camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. It is also to be expected that new research results will be generated in connection with the establishment of memorials at the former campsites of Lete in the Czech Republic and Sajmište in Serbia. Research on perpetrators has been important in the last years. Biographies from the power apparatus has been provided important impulses. Networks, for example, within the security service or the criminal police can be reconstructed and connections established. All the more serious is the gap that still exists with regard to the two most important institutions of persecutions against Sinti and Roma that existed in the German Reich. There are no monographs on either the Reichszentrale zur Bekämpfung des Zigeunerunwesens or the Rassenhygienische Forschungsstelle. In addition, further studies on the institutions directly involved in the regime's racial policy and their national and international networks would be important. Medical crimes also continue to be a significant field of research, as Sinti and Roma were exposed to a high degree to human experiments in concentration camps as well as forced sterilizations. There's a need for more systematizing and comparative research on perpetrators across countries, which takes a look at all levels of participation in crimes on and behind the front lines, inside and outside the camps, before and after the deportations. Whether it was the genuinely involved organizations such as the Ustascha or the Mechanicznej, the police and civil administrations, or the so-called ordinary citizens. The deportation and murder policy of the German Reich met with echoes and allies, collaborators and beneficiaries. Their own interests and political goals, in combination with the balance of power on the ground, each created their own dynamics, which led to the fact that in one country, let's take Estonia for example, almost all Roma were murdered, while in another, like Italy, most of them were able to experience their liberation thanks to the Allies. I would now like to briefly discuss two thematic approaches. The first concerns the resistance of Sinti and Roma. The reason why interest in this topic has intensified in recent years is also due to the fact that the communities in particular have rightly questioned the mere reduction of the history of Sinti and Roma to the role of victims. This has given impetus to research into resistance. I would like to refer here to the volume Rethinking Roma Resistance in History, published in 2019 by the European Roma Institute of Arts and Culture. The topic of resistance should be further researched on a broader source basis, precisely because Sinti and Roma emerge as subjects and agents of history, and the individual life paths invalidate anti-Gypsyistic homogenizations. Ulrich Opfermann has researched biographies of German Sinti and Roma who were active in the political resistance, for example, as members in the so-called KPD, the Communist Party of Germany, which was banned in 1933. Aurea Utilite has researched the stories of Lithuanian Romani women in which, for example, escape from persecutors, help for fellow prisoners, resistance to mistreatment and sabotage are highlighted as strategies of resistant behavior. Similarly, for Roma in German-occupied Ukraine, Anna Abakunova has pointed to a broad spectrum of resistance behavior, from identity change to flight and hiding. The participation of Roma men as well as women in partisan units or in regular armies has been documented for many countries, and in some cases also studied in more detail, for example, for the then Yugoslavia or Soviet Union. Whether the resistance of Sinti and Roma can ever be adequately portrayed is not least a problem for the sources. Volda Bartash has pointed out that far more Roma were active as partisans in the Soviet Union than is known to date. Based on interviews, archival research, and a review of list of veterans associations published after 1945, she was able to identify numerous Roma. She also drew attention to the special role of women and children who, for example, worked as scouts to obtain information about positions and activities of the German occupiers. The question of continuities or discontinuities after 1945 is another field of research that is not only academically relevant. The failure to punish the perpetrators, the failure to recognize the genocide, and the refusal to pay compensation are a cause of the persistence of racism. A recognizable break with the racial hygienic and criminal police paradigms was not made. In Germany, survivors therefore described the period after the end of the war as a second persecution. The continued exclusion also led to long-lasting urban segregation and the prevention of access to education and wealth. The close connection between anti-Gypsyist practices since the 19th century, the persecution in the years of National Socialism and the Second World War, and the living conditions after 1945 up to the present can be highlighted particularly concisely by means of studies that span time and space. As an example, I would like to mention a study by Pavel Balun on special schools and labor camps on the question of discontinuities in Czechoslovak anti-Gypsy measures 1918 to 1958. Ari Joskovic broadened the view to the way international organizations dealt with Roma who, as displaced persons, tried to establish a new perspective on life. Even though the survivors were initially regarded as Nazi victims and received support, they were increasingly denied the status of displaced persons and thus refused to emigrate. Fundamental to this way was the stigmatization of Roma as nomadic, a stigmatization that had already guided actions before 1945. Now I would like to talk about potentials and perspectives, turning first to the sources that go beyond the writings of officials in archives already mentioned above. Anti-Gypsyist patterns also continued to have an effect after 1945 with regard to the testimonies of survivors. In court, Sinti and Roma in the Federal Republic were dismissed as fundamentally untrustworthy. This had a serious effect in connection with investigations and trials of Nazi perpetrators who, as is well known, remained largely unpunished. One example is the trial against Robert Ritter, which was initiated by survivors. In the decision of the Public Prosecutor's Office in Frankfurt am Main of 28 August 1950, one of the reasons given for closing the case was that it was questionable, quotation, to what extent statements by gypsies could be made the basis of judicial conviction. End of quotation. Next quotation. Numerous scholars had, it continued, long before 1933 held the view that gypsy testimony must in principle be ruled out for the formation of judicial convictions. End of quotation. Similar patterns can also be found in connection with compensation proceedings. Even if judges and public prosecutors disqualified the testimonies of survivors, the thousands of files on so-called Wiedergutmachung, as well as the judicial files on Nazi crimes in the Federal Republic of Germany, represent a fund of sources that has by no means been sufficiently exhausted. In connection with the encyclopedia, we find in discussions with the authors that these sources are sometimes not known and often not consulted, also due to language and financial obstacles in obtaining them. Therefore, we try to organize a transfer of knowledge when needed. In the Federal Republic, only those who had taken up residence after 1945 there were entitled to Wiedergutmachung under the Federal Compensation Act. However, not only applications relating to acts of persecution on German soil can be found in the files. One example is the application of a survivor who was able to flee with her family via several stations to Turkey, but was deported from there to the Niš camp in Serbia and then deported to Auschwitz. Access to the scattered files will be made much easier in the next few years as part of an initiative by the Federal Ministry of Finance and the Federal Archives of Germany. They are to be digitized and made accessible in an online portal, but it will take 10 years, I guess. A significant, often overlooked branch of compensation is restitution. Hundreds of files on this subject are available from the regional finance offices, which were responsible for confiscating assets before 1945 and for the restitution after 1945. The files of preliminary proceedings and Nazi trials brought by public prosecutors in Germany are also a source fund for European research that has received too little attention. The database of the Institute of Contemporary History in Munich contains 51,000 judicial proceedings on Nazi crimes, including several hundred in which crimes against Sinti and Roma play a role. To give an impression of the range of proceedings, I would like to mention here, by way of example, shooting of Roma in Mitau, Latvia, planning and carrying out sterilization experiments on Jewish women, Sinti and Roma in the Ravensbrück concentration camp, shooting of Jews, Sinti and Roma in Gorlice, German-occupied Poland, shooting of Roma in Zhytomyr, German-occupied Ukraine, participation in a death sentence by the Special Court against the Rom in Brno, Czechoslovakia, killing of Jews and Roma as part of the anti-partisan fight in Serbia, shooting of Sinti and Roma in Hastina, Croatia. Judicial records naturally have limited source value due to their genesis. Nevertheless, they represent starting points for further research. This also applies to the files of the extraordinary state commissions, several of which have already been analyzed for Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union for various research projects. In my opinion, the least analyzed holdings to date are those of the main commission for the investigation of National Socialist crimes in Poland. In judicial and compensation files, there is a source genre that has recently received more attention: testimonies from the perspective of those affected by persecution. Of particular value, both for historical research and for educational work, however, are sources from the perspective of Sinti and Roma that were created before 1945, that is, during the time of persecution. The online project, Voices of the Victims, Anton mentioned it earlier, which I created as part of the Rom archive portal and which was published in 2019, contains a number of such sources. Finding them in archives is difficult, but the result is worthwhile, as the examples show. I would like to see a much more targeted research for such testimonies, some of which may be also in private hands. An indispensable resource that has only become more accessible in recent years is the Archiwum archives. Online access to the largest archive holdings with documents on over 7.5 million victims and survivors of National Socialism makes it possible to reconstruct individual and collective paths of persecution. Also to be found there are inquiries from the period after 1945, some of which contain detailed descriptions of persecution. The importance of interviews for research has already been mentioned before. Although there's an abundance of internet offerings with interviews, there are also some large as well as a multitude of smaller holdings, some of which are not publicly accessible. Some have been preserved as transcripts, others only as audio cassettes or videos. Systematization and indexing would be necessary here to secure these testimonies and make them accessible. But here too we are once again confronted with the aforementioned problem that there is no institution capable of doing this. Here we need to design strategies to save the testimonies as cultural assets. What applies to interviews also applies to autobiographies and biographies. There's now a considerable density and breadth of such publications. We saw Sole Corolli just several minutes before. Nowhere, however, we can find a compilation and indexing of this material in a European perspective. The visual tradition, be it photographs or films, for which some profound source-critical studies are available, is similarly disparate. I now come to another important and at the same time my penultimate point of this lecture, the perspective of Sinti and Roma. These have become much more visible in the last 4 decades. Members of the communities have become actively involved in public debates and academic discussions, not only as interview partners or keyword givers, but also as researchers. Activism and science open up a field of tension that can be both problematic and productive. I myself consider these discussions indispensable precisely because science needs critical self-reflection with regard to concepts, but also and especially with regard to self-understandings and the racist barriers that have long prevailed in the scientific community. Some examples of publications by scholars from the communities or community-based projects should be mentioned here. In addition to the volume on resistance just mentioned, I would like to point to the book of János Barsony and Agnes Daroshi on the fate of the Roma during the Holocaust, and the work of Adrian Nicolae Fortuné on the deportation of Roma to Transnistria. A virtual exhibition series on the genocide in the German-occupied countries of Belarus and Ukraine, as well as in Romania, was created in cooperation with communities and on-site research. Furthermore, the research project by Celia Donut and Yves Rosenheft at the University of Liverpool, which was carried out from 2017 to 2019 under the title Legacies of the Roma Genocide in Europe since 1945, was based on a community-based approach. Such works expand the field of research with new approaches and questions, and in some cases brings together material that has received little attention to date. Despite such positive examples, the questions of authorship, visibility, representation, recognition, knowledge production, and access to resources remain a virulent issue. In our research also, and especially within the framework of the encyclopedia, it is important to reflect on such aspects. So, now I come to my outlook. In my outlook, I would like to address a general deficit in research on the genocide of Sinti and Roma. The history of Sinti and Roma is usually written in isolation from national and European history, which means that the communities are already ascribed a marginal position in the narrative. The same is true with regard to the genocide quite often. How can we arrive at an integrated history instead? This can also not be a matter of purely comparative perspectives, that is, of comparing the genocide of the Sinti and Roma and the Shoah, but of revealing the multiple levels of relationships between these genocides. An integrated history is significant in many respects because the persecution measures against the Jewish population were interwoven with those against Sinti and Roma. In many places, perpetrators and crime scenes were identical. For example, in Litzmannstadt and Kolmov, or at the murder sites in German-occupied Eastern and Southeastern Europe. In many places, Roma and Sinti were subjected, with some delay, to exactly the same persecution measures that the Jewish population had previously suffered, for example, during the deportations. Here, micro-studies that focus on both groups could contribute new insights. Racist propaganda against Sinti and Roma also either borrowed from anti-Semitic agitation or supplemented it with contrasting images of the enemy. Comparing the different European countries with their manifold occupation regimes, interrelated dynamics of persecution can be identified. Nazi racial ideology, especially the Nuremberg laws and the racist categorizations of the Rassenhygienische Forschungsstelle, found great resonance in other countries, certainly with different consequences. At the same time, open murder in the war zones encourage a radicalization of practices in the Reich. However, an integrated approach will only gain knowledge or not produce new biases if the research gaps with regard to the persecution of Sinti and Roma are made up. Much would be gained if it were generally taken for granted that this group of victims would be taken into account in ongoing research projects on the Nazi period, the war, and occupation policy. My impression is that the willingness to do so has increased. We need better strategies for future research. We need more basic research, more continuity and internationality, more exchange and cooperation. And what we also need for this, of course, are more resources. The encyclopedia is intended as a cornerstone to initiate further activities. A network of researchers is being created here who are doing everything they can do to share their knowledge with others. When we compile the fragments, we will for the first time be able to survey the wealth of knowledge that has so far been difficult to grasp. in the outlines of this overall picture, the gaps will stand out all the more clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carola, for this exhausting overview. Exhaustive, sorry, I misspoke. Exhaustive. My apologies.
Hopefully not boring and
No.
exhausting.
No, exhaustive overview. And I have a...
I spared the question of numbers because you have it.
You can leave it up to me. So I have a few questions, but I want to assert my power as a chair. So we'll open the floor for discussion. I'm pretty sure you have some comments or questions. Please be brief in stating question or comments, and please tell us who you are, your affiliation. So please go ahead. Anyone?
Hi, my name is Ljiljana Radonic from the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna. Thank you, Carola. You mentioned that there is a lack of research concerning Jasenovac, the Ustasha camp. Can you tell us more about what is going on now? Because I've been reviewing something from Daniel Vojak, for example, but there was not so much methodology behind, so it was difficult to judge what's the scope of this work. Can you just tell us more about this point that you made, that there is scarcity of research when it comes to Jasenovac and the Ustasha state and the Roma genocide in it? Thank you.
No, I mainly stress that we have no monograph that is rooted on very intensive research. At the moment, there's a lot of research with view to the number of victims. They established a database, and there are several institutions that support this issue. It's difficult, of course, but I think it's not the only thing. It's important to have it, but would not be the only thing. I think we have no monograph where you can read the basic information on Roma and Jasenovac, what happened there, and collect the testimonies and write something about the aftermath. So a classical, historical monograph, we don't have it. The same to Auschwitz-Birkenau.
All right, since we don't see the hands, sorry, I guess it's my turn. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, you referred to revisionist laws in certain countries that hinder research. Can you give any particular examples? And in what way do they hinder fundamental research?
Yes, we can discuss about several countries. On first hand, Hungary and Poland, of course. We know the debates about the research of Jan Grabowski, about the Blue Police, the Gendarmerie, who was involved in the Holocaust. He has left the country, of course. He doesn't live in Poland any longer. And there are laws that restrict historians to say what they want. We have a lot of countries, especially in Eastern Europe, where this happens.
IRA, International Holocaust Research Alliance. We know that IRA doesn't have kind of resources for doing fundamental research, but we also know that the perspective they were taken was, when it comes to the mass murder of the Jews, was through definition of anti-Semitism. That was a big and rather controversial issue, and it was the same with regard to Sinti and Roma, definition of anti-Gypsyism. The center, which you represent, also is called Center for the Study of Anti-Gypsyism, and unfortunately we don't have Frank Reuter, who could have told us more about the work done at the center. But do you think that sort of must be the focus when the study of genocide of the Roma through their definition of anti-Gypsyism? Is that central issue as IRA represents, for example,
Well, I think it was a very huge step to establish this definition on anti-Gypsyism, and I think that anti-Gypsyism plays a huge role in every research we do. First, we have to reflect upon us as researchers who are not affected by racism or anti-Gypsyism, and what our opinion and attitude towards the issue is, and what our aims and goals are. On the other hand, we always have to do with sources that have the tradition of anti-Gypsyism. We have to deconstruct it, we have to be aware of it, and we have to balance it out, we have to interpret it in a certain frame. And I think the self-reflection upon racism and how sources also and the perspective of the perpetrators is within these documents is very important. And of course, it is also a question on how, on a political level, and that is IRA's main field. They are not an institution of research, but an institution of memory, culture, and policy. This is, on the political level, very important that the governments and the states acknowledge that there is anti-Gypsyism or racism against Sinti and Roma, with what effects, and that they take action against it. And coming back to your question, whether it has also to do with research, of course. And even the people that are involved, and you pointed out that here the center is also working with students and teaching and educational tools. Of course, there it is also important to teach about anti-Gypsyism. Yes.
My name is Kateřina Čapková. I'm coming from Prague, from the Institute of Contemporary. Okay, so again, Kateřina Čapková. I'm coming from Prague, from the Institute. It's okay. Again, my name is Kateřina Čapková. From the Institute of Contemporary History, Czech Academy of Sciences in Prague. So thank you so much, Karola, for this great lecture. I would like to know more about the encyclopedia. I really think it's a great idea, and you mentioned that it's a opportunity to put together the scattered information. Still, I would like to ask you, in what degree do you plan to have their studies which were also interpretative? Because it's the concept of encyclopedia is it can have different faces. I think I was involved in the YIVO Encyclopedia of Jews in Eastern Europe, and I think it's great that there are actually, it's a collection of studies about the different topics and regions. So I would like to ask you, what's your concept methodologically?
Well, the basic concept is to gather all information about the scope of persecution during the Nazi period we have. And as I tried to illustrate with these rubrics, of course, there's one approach via spaces. We will have roughly 30 country overview articles. They will be a little bit longer than others. They will give an introduction and an overview. And then we have, for each country, several regional aspects, mainly focusing on massacre sites, camps, or as examples, certain villages or towns where a huge number of Roma had been deported, giving examples. And as I tried to describe, we are working mainly in working groups, discussing the most important topics. And my aim is that the first thing the encyclopedia has to deliver is an overview of all places where Sinti and Roma had been tortured, had been killed, had been imprisoned. That's to a relatively huge number. And if we think about, for example, also all these special camps in Germany, the so-called gypsy camps, the camps in Bohemia and Moravia, in Austria, and so on. This is everything we want to establish in the encyclopedia, so that everything we know about, we try to collect there, even if we have sometimes only very little information. For example, Martin Holler is working a lot on the execution sites in occupied Soviet Union, and sometimes we only have 2 sentences about the place, because we have only 1 or 2 sources about it. But then we describe in this place, then and then, it is said that there has been a shooting of 40 Roma. It is testimonied by there and then, and that's it. And then we don't judge whether these were 36 or 51. It's not of interest. The most important thing is that we name this place, that we name this incident, and that further research can enrich it, or like this, yes. So, and we also have biographies of persons, of perpetrators, and Sinti and Roma, of course, as examples. Because if you write in the, well, I could talk hours about the encyclopedia, so just try to stop. But for example, if we have maybe round about 5 to 10 biographies for each country. And in these biographies, you can outline a little bit more about the persecution and how people had been affected and what this meant on an individual level. So if we write, for example, for one country about the regions and the institutions and the laws and the camps and so on, then you have one or 2 or 3 or 5 biographies, and you see, you know, the whole story from another perspective. But this can only be examples. But we try to make all very typical aspects to have them collected.
As we don't see any more hands, I allow myself probably the last question, and that relates to oral history, something you mentioned earlier. We also spoke about the importance of integrated history, mass policy of mass murder, and obviously it was very common to make a comparison with Nazi persecution of the Jews and the Roma. Here, when it comes to mass murder of Sinti and Roma, it's a huge handicap. It's oral history. We have tens of thousands of testimonies by Jewish survivors and just a few by Roma. I made kind of informal count, Yichad in Unum, Shoah Foundation, U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, Fortunov, testimonies done by Volha Bartosz, other scholars. I came up with a number about under 500 for the whole of Europe. You probably know more. But anyway, what can we do about that? Because it's a huge gap, particularly when it comes to victims' perspective. And now we, of course, know that it's too late to interview because survivors are simply not around. So what can we do about that? Is there any way around it?
Good question, Anton. Well, I think there are at least more interviews than we know. We have not an overview. I also not. But for example, in Austria, there was an article about 3 persons. One of them is Eva Kovac, about testimonies of Holocaust and the genocide of Sinti and Roma. And there are at least some 100 or some about 100, I can't recall, but a very high number of interviews that had been done quite early in the 80s and in the 70s. And there are also, if we think about early documentary films, there are also interviews, for example, from the German filmmaker who is now living in Scandinavia, Peter Nestler, quite famous. There are films and interviews. And but what could be the strategy? Well, I think that we need strong institutions that care about things like that. At least 2 or 3 in each country would be best, and in an international exchange. Because, for example, I know in France, Ilse Nabou made a project with others, I guess, I remember, where they identified interviews with Manouche, Sinti and Rom in France, and they made a compendium and a repositorium, and they they are going to put everything all together in the National Archives. So I think this could be a step, and I really think that it is a big problem, because the little well, the interviews we have, there will be the problem that they are lost, get lost, of course, you're right. And we need a strategy to save them as cultural assets, on the one hand. On the other hand, we must be clear that this is also a question of reliance. Because I know there are also people who have interviews at home, and they won't give it away to any institution they don't rely on. So here we have, it's an issue, maybe something for the IRA, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how we can do it. We have to set up a strategy.
Thank you very much, Carol. I think we're round up with this session, and I suggest we take 5 more minutes, because next presentation may be indeed a bit exhausting. So let's take about 5 minutes and we proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. We make now a break.
Yeah, 5 minutes. was significant.
Yeah. Please find your seats. Welcome to this first session. Unfortunately, we have been noticed that Piotr Wawryczeniuk, Swedish Defense Academy, could not show up, and also Frank Reuter, unfortunately. So we have Anton Weiswendt's lecture. This is becoming, I think. My name is Carl Emil Vogt. I work here as an advisor. I'm also an historian, but my role here is only to introduce Anton now, as the session is not so much anymore. But we are proud of Anton, and he is going to speak of the number of Romani deaths during the Nazi era revisited. Anton Weiswendt joined this institution, the Norwegian Center for Holocaust and Minority Studies, in 2006 already, as the center opened, more or less. From 2018, he has been a research professor at this institution. Anton mainly works in the field of Holocaust and genocide studies, with focus on Nazi and Soviet mass crimes. With respect to Nazi crimes, he has published on local collaboration in the Holocaust, the treatment of Sinti and Roma, and so-called racial science. He has also done research on the history of the UN Genocide Convention and rhetorical use of the term genocide during the Cold War. At present, Anton works on history politics in contemporary Russia, including perspectives on the Holocaust and Stalin's mass terror. And, of course, most important to us today, the Roma Holocaust. So, please, Anton, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Carl Emil. As I said earlier, and as Carl Emil just mentioned, this presentation is pretty much improvisation. I was aiming for a standard paper, but then, unfortunately, constellations started raining in, so we had to reconsider. The subject of my presentation, as Carl Emil just mentioned, as you can see, victim estimates, and I think it's a subject of significance, so I regard it as an opportunity to discuss this important issue in more detail. Well, talking statistics can be tedious. Moreover, death statistics is, of course, a disturbing subject. Yet it's not just the figures and numbers I'm going to present. So I also approach Romani death statistics also on the level of argument. Well, establishing an accurate number of victims, in this particular case, Roma victims, is important for a number of reasons. First, we want to put the historical record straight. Estimates of the number of murdered Roma in the Second World War vary from anywhere between 50,000 and 4 million. This is a whooping 8,000% difference, which is just mind-boggling. There's no other instance of genocide in history with a disagreement on numbers so vast. Second, we need figures in order to better understand what actually happened, the dynamics of mass murder, how many individuals were murdered, when, by who, in what circumstances. Third, it's important from perspective of comparative research. We typically compare the Nazi treatment and mass murder of the Roma to that of the Jews. As we know, there was a plethora of minority groups targeted by the Nazis, so we want to establish the extent of persecution of all of these groups together and also individually. And finally, in my view, the most important, by operating the big figures, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands sometimes, we nearly forget the significance of individual human life. Yes, Roma were murdered as members of the group, as defined by the Nazis and the Allies, and this is why we talk about genocide, yet they were all humans, all individuals. So whenever possible, we should document each individual death. Ideally, we want to know all the victims by names. A great majority of authors writing or speaking about the Roma genocide, in a rather self-defeating manner, I would say, claim it is impossible. Well, I argue that it is possible, and that's basically the thrust of this paper. So I will first discuss how various estimates of Romani deaths came about, high estimates of 200,000 to 500,000 in particular. Next, I will review existing empirical evidence for each of the affected countries, in brief. I will then use the best statistics I've compiled to map the genocide of the Roma, sort of a pan-European context. And finally, we'll come back to the figure 500,000, discussing it this time on the level of argument/counter-argument. Whenever the subject of mass murder of the Roma is concerned, we should probably begin with Donald Kenrick and Grattan Paxson in a 1972 book, The Destiny of Europe's Gypsies. Kenrick and Paxson was the first such overview, and it's also, they did for the first time ever try to break down the number of Romani deaths by country. Neither of the two authors was a historian, and statistics they operated came from random sources such as Journal of French Far Left or Ethnographic Study. They prudently stated, though, that the figures for 11 out of 18 European countries on the list were rough estimates. For example, they estimated that between 16,000 and 18,000 French Roma died in Nazi concentration camp in Buchenwald, Dachau, and Ravensbrück in the wake of 1943 deportation. At the same time, Kenrick and Paxson, some of the estimates proved fairly accurate. Germany proper, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, Estonia, Latvia, and the Soviet Union within the 1939 borders. Despite the incomplete data, Kenrick and Paxson had calculated the number of the Roma murdered in Europe at 219,700. Each subsequent statistical table that had been published since 1972 builds on the honest errors, as I call them, incorporated in the previous one. Estimates tend to grow higher with no regard to empirical evidence or critical assessment of any kind. To give just one example, you'll find the name here in the list, French journalist Christian Bernadette noted that Kenrick and Paxson, correctly, had believed that the number for Serbia and the Soviet Union might be higher. So he randomly increased them by 4,000 and 5,000 respectively. There is just one exception to that rule. The late Michael Zimmermann and his fundamental study, Rassen Utopion Genocide. I have the book here. That's what we refer in history as a standard work, if you will. Now, Zimmermann didn't produce any statistical table or provided an estimated number of Roma victims, for that matter, in his 1996 book. So I have painstakingly gone through his book to generate the figure you see here on the screen. Otherwise, on different occasions, Zimmermann offered at least 3 different estimates: 90,000, 96,000, and 100,000. Up until then, 1996, Zimmermann's was the only synthesis grounded in archival research. He has combed through 65 different archives in 7 different countries. Also, an analysis written by a historian. Ironically, of all the authors who had so far written on the subject, Zimmermann had received perhaps most criticism, especially on account of his low estimate of Romani deaths. One of his fiercest critics, a fellow German historian, now deceased unfortunately, Wolfgang Wippermann, advanced a series of counter-arguments. Wippermann's critique at some point turned into the ad hominem attack on Zimmermann. Wippermann effectively argued that the low estimate offered by Zimmermann played into the hands of genocide deniers and racists who had traditionally regarded the Roma as an alien group. Questioning the figure 500,000 victims, according to Wippermann, was one of the devious tactics used to discredit the consistent Nazi assault on the Nazi people. So now we got to the high estimate of 500,000 Romani deaths. Where does that come from? Essentially, it's an anguished voice of the Roma survivors who try to comprehend the ongoing destruction of the people at the hands of the Nazis during the Second World War and immediately after the war. The first reference I was able to find is a German emigre newspaper in England, Die Zeitung, Londoner Deutsches Wochenblatt, which printed on March 23, 1943, an article called The End of Gypsy Romanticism. In reference to a certain Yugoslav physician who made it to London, the newspaper claimed that the Roma in Germany, satellite states and occupied territories were almost entirely exterminated, nahezu ausgerotten. Specifically, the refugee in question spoke of 63,000 murdered Roma in Serbia, 265,000 Romanian Roma deported to and executed in occupied Poland, further 300,000 sedentary Roma in Romania, and 300,000 Roma in Hungary, all slated for destruction. This particular article was the likely source for Imre Györmai, Hungarian journalist and author, who on September 15, 1945, stated the following in the French communist magazine Regarde. I quote, "An estimated 500,000 gypsies perished in the ovens of Auschwitz and Buchenwald, that is, almost the entire gypsy population of Hungary, Romania, Austria, and Serbia." 5 months later, a Romani survivor, Mateo Maximov, who had gone through the French internment camps for nomads, used this figure in his article in the Journal of Gypsy Lore Society. Maximov was emotionally engaged, demanding punishment of, I quote, "these monsters, these assassins of 500,000 Tsigans." Historian and Holocaust survivor Philip Friedman lent credence to the figure 500,000 in a series of popular articles he published in 1950 and 1951. As a source, he referred to an unidentified gypsy spokesman, so presumably Maximov. And finally, the reference of the 500,000 deaths entered the mainstream when German magazine Der Spiegel in April 1963 printed an article on the Nazi mass murder of the Roma. The article contained a statement which had since then become a common reference in historical literature. The statement can be rendered as follows: an estimated 500,000 Roma were murdered, while the exact number of victims remain unknown. Since then, the figure 500,000 took on a life of its own, despite the lack of empirical evidence that would back it. As I will shortly go over most recent figures for all the affected countries, including Romania, Hungary, Serbia, Austria, available death statistic is nowhere near the estimates originally proposed for these particular countries in 1943. Now, I've written a long piece in which I go over the existing evidence for each country, reconstructing major acts of mass murder with reference to death toll. Today, of course, I have just enough time to sum up my findings. Let's start with the so-called gypsy family camp at Auschwitz-Birkenau, which is definitely the most notorious site of mass murder when it comes to both Jews and Roma. The evidence of atrocities became available as early as 1950. It's really dramatic stories how we came into possession of the names of the victims. Polish inmates of Auschwitz, which were forced to run the Roma prisoner registration books, had hidden them on the campgrounds in July 1944 and unearthed them in late 1948. The problem with this, basically Nazi German-produced data set, is that the starting point of deportation trains, country of origin, nationality of the victims do not always overlap. Also, when it comes to specific numbers, for example, of the gassed, a few years ago, historians at Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum were able to ascertain that the number of the Roma gassed on August 4th, 1944, prior to the liquidation of the gypsy family camp, was significantly higher than previously believed. That is 4,200, 4,300 versus 2,897 previously believed. That raises the total death toll at Auschwitz to 20,932, an incredible 92% of the Roma deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau. We do know how many survivors exactly were among, for example, French, Norwegian, Belgian, and Dutch Roma, but not Austrian, German, or Polish Roma. Okay, let's start with Germany proper, a subject that, of course, Carola thinks can talk with much more expertise than I. Instinctively, one would think that Germany is one country where each and every Roma victim is accounted for, but unfortunately it's not the case. Most commonly used figure is 15,000. However, if you look at individual atrocities, or say stages in the process of destruction of German Roma, that the numbers do not add up. Michael Zimmermann, for instance, had quite a few inconsistencies in his discourse. To name just one, in his 1996 book, he identified the 1,700 East Prussian Roma gassed at Auschwitz as German, yet 9 years later he said that some among them may be German, by implication, majority of them were Polish then. The same goes for Austria. On the one hand, Austrian authorities were early on to putting in place a major research project aiming to establish the exact number of Austrian Roma victims. Historians Gerhard Baumgartner and Florian Freund, who coordinated the project, published their findings. Again, unfortunately, there are quite a few gaps methodologically in calculating the total death toll for Austrian Roma. Also, I should say on a personal note that I've tried several times through kind of post-specific questions to Gerhard and Florian, and also get access to the name database that has been created, but I either got no answer, no response whatsoever, or, well, basically it's very, I admit, a bit difficult to work with our Austrian colleagues. Moving on, one country for we do have precise death statistics, down to basically every single Roma victim is Czech Republic. That is the protectorate, former protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia during Second World War. Out of the 4,536 Czech Roma deported to Auschwitz, only 583 survived. In addition, 536 individuals died at gypsy internment camp at Lety, was mentioned earlier, and further 207 at Hodonin camp prior to the deportation. Cannot praise enough our Czech colleagues, beginning with the pioneering research by the late Štibor Nečas, and finishing with a very impressive Jewish and Romani victim name database, which now exists. For the neighboring Slovakia, which had been at a very different trajectory when it comes to the destruction of the Roma, a historical account, including specific instances of mass murder, is in place, but the discrepancy persists as far as the number of Romani deaths is concerned. A majority of Slovakian Roma were murdered by the German SS and the Wehrmacht in response to the anti-German uprising in late 1944, early 1945. We have nearly complete figures for Western Europe, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. In the case of a Benelux country, the outstanding issue is deciding on the nationality of the victims. France is a special case in the sense that the earlier work pertaining to individual French internment camps for nomads was often done by amateur historians. It has now been put on a professional footing. There are several historians in France, some of them were already mentioned earlier, both established and upcoming scholars who currently work on the subject. So, like in the case of a protectorate, we're very close to establishing the identity of all murdered French Roma. What you see here is just deaths in the internment camps, to which we should add between 44 to 50 French Roma who died upon deportation into a German concentration camp, and then the rest were murdered or died at Auschwitz-Birkenau, deported through Mechanicznej transit camp in Belgium on January 15, 1944. Perhaps the biggest breakthrough we've had in the past or so decades in mapping the mass murder of the Roma is exactly the former Soviet Union and ex-Yugoslavia, which until then, certainly until 1990s, remained sort of a virtual black hole in the study of the Roma genocide. I've done research on Estonia, and I can swear by the figures not yet presented here. I'll be here. A great majority of Estonian Romani population, or 690 individuals to be precise, were executed en masse on German orders on 3 different occasions, in October 1942 and February 1943. The rest, mainly elderly women and children, succumbed to death shortly thereafter. So there were essentially, as Carola also mentioned, no survivors in Estonia. Research in Latvia is more fragmented. The existing scholarship does allow for a composite picture of what happened in that particular German-occupied country, including death statistics. To give just one example, in less than 1 month, May-June 1942, the German security police in Latvia executed 726 Roma. But when it comes to Latvia, we're still awaiting that one historian who would systematically go through all the available Soviet and German records, survivor testimonies unfortunately not forthcoming, to produce an ultimate synthesis. I should also probably add that the estimate of Latvian Romani deaths had remained more or less constant since 1945, and the first estimates by the survivors, Vanya Kachanovsky and Mateo Maximov. And this is rather uncommon that it remains so constant. Lithuania stands out on account of witness testimonies used in the research. What we're still missing, however, is a general account. I believe that Arūnas Bubnis is perhaps the best place to eventually write such account. I know that Bubnis' article now appears in a special issue of the Journal of Baltic Studies. No? No, it doesn't appear. Okay. All right. All right, moving on to Belarus. Again, I'm looking at Wolf Bartosz. Neighboring Belarus, unfortunately, remained a tabula rasa. The figure 3,000, still in circulation, was first introduced in 1980 by Philipp Friedman, who I mentioned earlier. Even then, few have mentioned that it was a composite figure. Friedman spoke of 3,000 gypsies and people with mental disabilities who were murdered. So, we have, of course, important work done on commemoration memory of Roma genocide in Belarus by Volha, by Andrei Kotlarchuk. But what is still missing is really systematic archival research. In the present political context, however, it's unlikely to happen. Here I mean the specifically Soviet-style portrayal of a Second World War by Lukashenko regime, into which the Nazi destruction of the Roma simply doesn't fit. And the same, of course, is true for Putin's Russia. The window of opportunity did exist prior to 2014 to do research, and scholars such as Martin Holler did avail themselves of that opportunity. Holler did mainly use one particular kind of sources, the Soviet Extraordinary Commission records, and that's in a sense handicapped. Nevertheless, the preliminary findings and figures that he had established are likely to stay for decades to come. One constituent part of the former Soviet Union where research on the Roma genocide advanced perhaps the furthest is Ukraine. The credit goes to already mentioned Mikhail Tsyagly in Kiev. In the past year, Tsyagly has been systematically going through the provincial ex-KGB archives in all the provinces of Ukraine, finding a significant amount of new data. Otherwise, just for the record, Ukrainian was carved into several administrative part by the Nazis, and the bulk of mass murder of Roma in Ukraine took place in the territory under the German civil administration. Now, former Yugoslavia. We now have a good overview of the situation in Serbia. I would in particular single out Milovan Pisari's research. Pisari has painstakingly documented mass execution of Roma across Serbia, in addition to the well-known shootings of hostages, including approximately 1,000 Roma in and around the capital city of Belgrade in the fall of 1941. Significant advances have been made also in research on Slovenia. Slovenia constitutes a special case in a sense. First, the discipline of forensic anthropology greatly contributed to writing history of the destruction and establishing the number of Romani deaths in that particular country. Here I'm referring specifically to Uroš Košer's research. And second, a majority of Slovenian Roma died at the hands of anti-German partisans. Slovenia is not unique in that respect. We have similar, though more isolated cases for Serbia, Italy, France, Poland, and Bulgaria. I've been able to identify a total of 239 such cases for the whole of Europe. I kind of debated with myself, should I include killings by the partisans in the overall death statistics? And concluding that I probably should. Croatia has been one of those cases with vastly different estimates of Romani deaths, anywhere between 15,000 and 90,000. Perhaps the best-known historian of Roma genocide in Croatia, already mentioned Daniel Vojak, has published extensively on the subjects, yet, a bit oddly, has carefully avoided discussing victim estimates. The first violent deaths among Roma in Croatia came about in the course of anti-Serbian campaigns, especially in January 1942, and in May 1942, the Ustaša surveillance service, it's kind of equivalent with the Nazi Reich main security office, ordered the deportation of all Roma to Jasenovac concentration camp, where most of them were murdered by the end of that year. When it comes to historiography, the good news is that the issue of mass murder of Roma in Ustaša in Croatia has in the past decades become, to a certain extent, depoliticized, I would argue. When it comes to establishing a number of deaths, central to that effort has been the name database run by the Jasenovac Memorial Site. We know that that database has had numerous problems in the past. It has much fewer problems now. So it's still work in progress. So the closer to the completion of that particular name database, the more accurate will be the number of Romani deaths for Croatia. Finally, the fascist states of Romania and Hungary, and also occupied Polish territories. Like any figure that ends with a zero, an estimated 11,000 Romanian Roma who perished in Transnistria is not final. The decision for deportation was made personally by Romanian dictators Marshal Ion Antonescu. Of approximately 41,000 Roma regional nihilists, slightly over 25,000 were actually dispatched to Romania and occupied Transnistria in 1942, 1943, and a total of 14,000 Roma by legal or legal means managed to eventually return to Romania proper. In the case of Hungary, I would argue that, unfortunately, heated polemics around the plight of Hungarian Roma during Second World War do not quite match the quality of research. In the fall of 1944, several thousand Roma were confined to military-run internment camps in the western part of Hungary. The biggest and deadliest such camp was at Komárom, northwest of Budapest. Komárom Roma who were regarded by Nazis work fit were selected for further deportation to Germany. There exists fragmented evidence of massacres in Hungary. Probably the best documented is one took place on February 14, 1945 at Várpalota, and even that, well, the best documented massacre kind of renders very different estimates, anywhere between 25 and 250 dead. So Hungary is definitely one of these countries in acute need for further research, and you mentioned one name of a scholar who's working on it right now. And so to Poland, a great majority of Polish Roma were executed outside of death camps, such as Auschwitz, Birkenau, and Treblinka. So far, again, as Karola mentioned, scholars identified, well, at least I saw reference to 188 sites of mass murder across occupied Polish territories. On top of that comes the issue of nationality, in no small part affected by changing borders. So that's why we definitely need more research in Poland, and I hope it will be forthcoming. Okay, so let me now kind of make preliminary conclusion. So what I'm presenting here today is a status of research as of 2022. These figures will inevitably undergo an adjustment as we learn more. However, I don't expect the numbers to change dramatically. As a further indication, my figures are fairly comparable to those of Zimmerman. And this book, mind you, came out in 1996. We have 25 years between. Now, what you hear here is, the Romani death rates. Calculating death rates is fairly difficult, mainly because we don't have the reliable pre-war statistics as far as Romani minority is concerned. Still, I believe it's worth a try, really. What we see from the if you analyze this table, we see horrendous losses in such countries as Estonia, Austria, Croatia, Ukraine, Czech lands, Germany, Latvia, and significantly smaller losses in the countries whose Romani population was originally believed to be destroyed almost entirely: Hungary, Romania, Serbia. For the entire of Europe, specifically Nazi-dominated part of Europe, approximately 12% of the total Romani population perished. And that's a huge figure, mind you. To put it in perspective, let's say population of Norway right now stands at 5.5 million people. Imagine if 660,000 Norwegians would be murdered or starved to death deliberately. Equipped with death statistics, we now can more accurately assess the scope and the geography of mass murder. 2 spots on the map, Auschwitz-Birkenau in occupied Poland, and Jasenovac in Croatia, proved graveyard for under 1/3 of the European Roma. By accounting for the lives destroyed by the Pavelićes, Croatia, and Antonescu, Romania, we arrive at the conclusion that about 1/3 of all Roma died with no involvement of Hitler's Germany. Over 1/3 of all Roma victims were murdered in occupied Soviet territories, including Transnistria. In absolute numbers, a majority of Roma victims come from the Third Reich, that's Germany proper, Austria, and the Protectorate, and the occupied Soviet territories, Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, about 28% each. The former Kingdom of Yugoslavia, that is Croatia, Serbia, Slovenia, account for further 21% of total Romani deaths, and so does the rest of Central Europe, Poland, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia. Western Europe, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy, Norway accounts for under 1% of all Romani deaths. Not only do we know the number of Romani deaths within a 10% margin of error, but we actually know about 1/3 of them by name. And that's probably the most unexpected conclusion that I made for myself in the course of this study. The 5 name databases in existence, Auschwitz-Birkenau, Jasenovac, Lety camp, and one in Austria alone render under 50,000 names. If we add to that the names for Estonia, France, and partially Latvia, as well as their 11,000 names for Romania, which some of Petra's colleagues tell me is possible, then we end up with about 61,000 individual names. And as I've argued earlier in different settings, we'll emphasize it here and now, the next logical step, in my view, would be establishing a unified name database of Roma victims. We could start by entering the name of the Roma who died violent death. This is feasible, I insist, and may as well be the most dignified manner to commit the Roma victims of the Nazi era to memory. Do I have time or? Sure. Yes. Okay, and otherwise I meant to stop here. However, since we do have extra time, courtesy of coronavirus, I want to go back to the high estimate, 500,000 for a few minutes. I allow myself to be a bit more resolute in my argumentation, as the kinds of statement one can often hear and read about estimates of Roma victims obviously flawed, and neither, as realized, have been ever questioned or debated. So, as argued earlier, there is no empirical evidence in support of the high estimate of 500 Romani deaths. The original presupposition, as I mentioned earlier, goes back to 1943 and was effectively based on hearsay. We now know that a much smaller proportion of the Hungarian, Romanian, and Serbian Romani population had perished than that previously believed. We now know that a total of 7,232 Roma were gassed at Auschwitz, or 20,932 if you count all deaths, not 500,000. Nevertheless, the 500,000 figure is still out there. Arguments consistently made in support of this estimate do not really hold water. So let me go over specific arguments and articulate kind of typical fallacies that scholars and non-scholars commit in advancing those arguments. The high estimate of 500,000 is valid, some people would say, and we're going to prove it. Well, that's a fallacy of the possible proof. By substituting a declarative statement for the interrogative, we arrive at the foregone conclusion. To rephrase it, do not discard the figure 500,000 because we may still find a proof justifying it. Let's now consider extension of that same argument, which goes back to 1963 article in Spiegel. You often hear the following statement: anywhere between 200,000 and 500,000 Roma were murdered, but we'll probably never know the exact number of victims. Well, this is obviously also a fallacy. On a logical plane, if we insist that the death toll cannot be determined, why are we using these particular figures to begin with? Next type of argument belongs under the fallacy of the irrelevant proof. People like Jan Hancock would say, we cannot find out how many Roma perished because we don't know how many Roma lived in any given country prior to the war. That's of course correct, as far as population statistics are concerned. And yet, it's not quite relevant to establishing the estimates of the Roma murdered. So basically, the percentage of victims in relation to the size of a minority. Next is fallacy of the prevalent proof, which makes mass opinion into method of verification. For example, the respected Forum of Living History in Stockholm, in one of its publications in 2005, wrote, I quote, "A majority of researchers today estimate the number of Roma victims to be at least 500,000. It's not the case at all. Next two arguments fall under the fallacy of presumptive proof that shifts the burden of proof of this proof to others. As commonly argued, the Nazis didn't keep death statistics or accurate death statistics vis-à-vis Roma. Well, we talk about genocide of the Roma, a premeditated effort to destroy Roma as a group. If the Nazis wanted Roma dead, just gone, disappeared, they would keep a track of the murderous policy, and actually did. Well, we don't have, of course, an equivalent of the Wannsee Conference that would seal the fate of Europe's Roma, including rough statistics for each country. The closest the Nazis got to that was inter-office meeting of January 15, 1943, which Carola Finks analyzed in detail in one of her publications. That particular meeting dealt specifically with the Roma in the German Reich, including the statistical data, but not the whole of Europe. A variation on this argument is that the Nazis, specifically in occupied Soviet territories, murdered a significant number of Roma, yet registered them under different victim categories. For example, partisans or criminals. Again, this is an a priori statement that has not been empirically corroborated. To the contrary, if you look at the reports of the notorious SS Einsatzgruppen, Roma feature in the death statistic as a separate, racially defined category. To give you just one example, here's what subunits of Einsatzgruppe B, which operated in Belarus, in the Russian province of Smolensk, enter in a statistics called special treatment, Sonderbehandlung, in September 1942. Which categories did they have? Gypsies, asocials and mentally ill, criminals, gypsies, and asocial. I have yet to read a testimony by the eyewitness who would identify Roma among the dead who entered the bloody statistic of Einsatzgruppen under the category of partisans. Roma sometimes, of course, were executed by the Nazis under the pretext of helping or being partisans, and yet, when it comes to body count, they entered the death statistics as Roma or Zigeuner. So to recapitulate, the Nazis targeted Roma for destruction, and they did document their efforts. So the three arguments I just discussed can be effectively paraphrased as follows. This assumption may be true insofar as we may in the future find evidence corroborating it. Well, that's just beyond criticism. Sometimes we just hear a blank statement to the effect that we merely don't have the kinds of primary sources to establish the death toll among the Roma. And this, of course, is an example of a fallacy of a negative proof, that is, an attempt to sustain a proposition merely by negative evidence. To respond, I would pose a similar open-ended question. How to explain that we have significant advances in the study of the Roma genocide, for example, in Ukraine or Estonia, and much less in Belarus and Lithuania? Well, the answer is simpler than you may think, because historians have done more extensive fundamental research on Ukraine and Estonia than on Belarus and Lithuania. If the former KGB archives in Ukraine can render much new evidence, it's highly likely that former KGB archives in Belarus can too. Getting access to these archives, however, is a whole different matter altogether. Again, to rephrase it, you can determine whether or not certain sources are available, and you can do it only experimentally. That is, by doing research. Starting a priori that evidence will not be forthcoming is just bogus. On top of that, we have a moralistic fallacy, which makes the past look as a field in which we exercise our moral and political opinions. You probably remember I mentioned the criticism of Michael Zimmerman and his rough estimates of 100,000 Romani deaths. Zimmerman's critics, specifically Wolfgang Wippermann, referred to unintended consequences of his scholarship. He said something to the effect that improvised synthesis by Zimmermann entered politically charged territory. What did he mean? Obviously, scholarship should be carried out according to accepted ethnic norms. Absolutely. At the same time, scholarship is by definition neutral. The role of a historian is not to conform to certain popular expectations. You go out there and find, or not find, what we believe did happen or did not happen. That would actually constitute the violation of professional ethics. To recapitulate, I'm really rounding up here. The very proposition that we probably shall not find relevant evidence with respect to mass murder of Roma is flawed. If a historian studying a particular event in history starts off by saying that he or she doesn't expect to find certain kind of evidence, then I would say, well, that particular historian should probably change his or her profession. It goes against the logic of historical inquiry, which is by definition positivist. It is true for just any historical event. Obviously, we will never learn every single detail about the mass murder of Roma. However, as we go with research, we learn increasingly more. And that's what constitutes current knowledge. So according to information available by the end of the Second World War, 500,000 or more Roma might have perished. The status of research as of 1972 was 219,000 Romani deaths. On the basis of historical evidence that had become available since the end of the Second World War, and until today, September 8, 1922, the number of Roma murdered by the Nazis and the Allies can be estimated at 94,103 to 103,509. In 2 years' time, in 10 years' time, this estimate will once again inevitably be revisited, and that will indicate the status of research as per that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton, for this detailed and interesting contribution. I think it is of high interest to see these numbers and very interesting to see that not much have changed since 1996, actually, though. We'll open up for questions. Yes?
Just a second, I'll give you the microphone.
Hi, my name is Leah David. I actually belong to the conference of tomorrow, so but still I'm grateful to be here. 3 things. I mean, thank you for this, but I think we should start by asking why numbers matter at all. You know, we can ask that question not only about this particular genocide, we can talk about Holocaust or any other genocide. For numbers, and we saw that particularly, I think, during Corona, there is ideology behind numbers, and I can talk much, much more about it because I was so obsessed during Corona why we have to present everything through numbers that I actually did a research about this phenomenology of numbers, how it developed in social sciences and in history. But that, let's put it aside. One thing I want to say that I think that your assertion that if we know that genocide was committed, it means there was intention. Okay, that is part of this definition, but it doesn't mean it will always be documented. We have plenty of actually examples where we see genocides that happened, and they were not documented in a sense that we don't know who are the victims. Let's start from Srebrenica, and we can go to Rwanda or other places. And now I want to ask you, because I'm so obsessed in a negative way with numbers, to understand this table. Let's say here I'm looking at Croatia. So it says, if I understand it, I'm not very good with numbers. So let's say 20,000, it is easy to calculate it. It is approximately almost like 20% of the population. So it means that you estimate that in Croatia, during this period or prior to the Second World War, you had 100,000 gypsies. But this is not what you have here. Here you have completely different numbers. You see, you have here 25,000. So how that, I don't understand this, how it makes sense. And second point about those tables is just to see that you have, what is the next Yugoslavia? If you have Serbia and Croatia here, so what is the next Yugoslavia? And you have Slovenia also. So maybe you're calculating things twice. Again, this is like pure methodology here, but there is something enchanting about numbers, that they're magical. We feel like, okay, we see number, then we understand something, whereas we don't understand anything. So I'm just expressing my frustration, I would say.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Very good question, and I anticipated exactly these kind of questions. Well, in terms of why numbers are important, I think I start my presentation by stating that. But when it comes to, genocide versus Nazis documenting everything, obviously they didn't. But here we have to do with something is called logic of history. We cannot provide estimates based on the data that we may or may not receive in the future, as it has been in the field of Romani studies, particularly related to destruction of the Roma. We may still find this data, and then the figure 500,000 or 200,000 probably will be justified. When we get this evidence, then we revisit the numbers I have now. In terms of ex-Yugoslavia, and as I said, when it comes to death rates, population statistics, we don't have reliable statistics. That's why I always refer to my sources, really. That's a problem, that we don't know how many Roma specifically lived in any given country. Did the authorities register, for example, sedentary Roma versus itinerant Roma? The border is changing. We know that. I'm pretty sure that I didn't calculate it twice. Just wanted to, since I deal, and also on the level of discourse, with new data that coming for the Soviet Union as a kind of a bulk notion, and ex-Yugoslavia, that's why for easier to figure it out, I had that extra ex-Yugoslavia, but I mean, it's basically the same figures. They're integrated. Individual countries integrated the numbers for ex-Yugoslavia. It's a good example you brought, for example, Srebrenica. Until now, you still can see the numbers 200,000 victims, right, in Bosnia, in Srebrenica, but Bosnia and Herzegovina. Well, there was research done by the Genocide Institute in Sarajevo, very precise, actually funded by Norwegian authorities, and they calculated to the best of their abilities, up to, I believe, was it 96 or 98,000 victims. So this is a kind of the most exact estimate we have. And still out there, people will come and say, well, there were 200,000 victims, right? So, but we know already the number, which is not precise, which can be revisited in the future, but that's what we have as of now. That would be my response.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Anton. We discussed your tables already several months or last year ago, and you know that I have a quite different position. I think it's okay to make something like a balance. What do we know until today? But I would always stress that this is an informed guess you are doing here, because I would say that in at least some points, the state of research is not as good as it's supposed to be. For example, Ukraine. It is right, Mikhail went through a lot of KGB archives, but he is definitely not yet ready. Only parts of it. And you can't say that he finished the research. And only by going through several KGB archives, he corrected the former number of about 8,000 to 12 or 13,000 at least. So, and he's not ready first. And the same applies, for example, for the database for the Bohemia and Moravia. It is not ready. They stopped the work at a certain point. They didn't collect everything, they couldn't identify everything. Same applies to Jasenovac. We miss a lot of information about the people having been deported from Bosnia and Herzegovina to Jasenovac. They still work on it. So I wouldn't say Romani death rates, you can give it as granted. It is an informed guess you have at the moment, knowing certain research. And I think it shouldn't, well, pretend an accuracy, and that's the problem of such tables. It is, as an overview, it is practical, but such tables, they pretend an accuracy we do not have. So I also doubt the number 500,000. It's a guess, it's a symbolic figure also used by the communities to express the great suffer. So that's why they keep on going, telling this number. But we know firsthand, and that's what I try to stress, that science plays a role in the process of not identifying the victims, and that it's our task to go on to do further research. What you stressed, of course, too, and this is something I personally put my focus on, and I see it in the development of the encyclopedia. We did not yet discuss the number of victims. This is not our first thing we do. We will do it in the next step, and of course, all in our working groups and in the whole network, we will discuss it. How do we behave in front of this question? But the first thing we do is to try to grasp the information and to see where should we go further with the research. So now I'm not as optimistic as you are in view of the names. You know my argument there. We have, for example, this memorial book from the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. But I would say at least 50% of the names are misspelled. The date of birth are not correct, the places and so on. So we would have to do a lot of work in order to establish this memorial book in the right way.
Thank you, Carola. There is nothing I fundamentally disagree, nothing what you said, except probably I wouldn't call it informed guess, but actually status of research. It's all based on the research that has been done until now. That's what I basically tried to do here. You're absolutely right, but I mean, considering the number of speculation and what I refer to historical literature, we need something like this that people can come and criticize if necessary, but said, here it is. We'll start with these figures, and I explain why other figures are not accurate. I mean, you're right about Ukraine, of course. I mean, it's not final. I think Mikhail done research before the war in 6 such archives, and there are, I believe, if I remember correctly, 20 or 24 provinces in nowadays Ukraine. So it's a way to go. Obviously, when he'll get the figures, he analyzes the figures, we'll change this particular table. So it's not really informed guess. In terms of names, yes, of course, I understand. I would say, if you look at names of, let's say, Jewish victims, people who perished in the Holocaust, it's also not complete. Yad Vashem has been working for 50 years. I think they have about 4.8 million names, if I'm not mistaken, out of, let's say, 6,000. It's not complete, but it's there. It's important to have it. It's important to people. That's why, as Guri Yeltsin said, I mean, we're glad, almost proud, that we have the names of all Romani victims in this country. And it's, of course, easier to establish a smaller country. The same when we talk about Poland. Estonia. It's not the same when we talk about Poland or Germany, naturally, or Hungary, Romania. We can't do it. But I think if we know the name, let's have it out. Because, I mean, I believe it's important for the relatives, for descendants, when they come and reflect on what really happened when they see the names, probably misspelled, whatever, but it's there. and not like, numbers thrown, 100,000, 10,000 died somewhere on killing spree in the Soviet Union. If we know, I don't know, 1,000, let's just throw it there. Let's have these names and not to have them. So that's my perspective.
I'm David Crow from the United States. 1990 to 2004, I was on the Education Committee. Oh, sorry, sorry, I have a very loud voice. From 1990 to 2004, I was on the Education Committee of the Holocaust Museum in Washington, and we were developing. And it really wasn't until the collapse of the Soviet Union you really begin to see even a vague interest in what happened to what were then known as the Gypsies and so forth. And I think part of what drove the need of those who were studying the Roma during the Holocaust was that you ran up against a wall. The Holocaust Museum gave lip service to Roma victims, but the reality was, because on the Education Committee I was the only non-Jew, and I had just begun my work on the Roma, and I was really hesitant to get into much. The problem was that, and I can only speak for the United States at that time, I have a better sense of things in Europe now, is you had some very vocal Roma activists who deliberately chose the Roma topic, the plight of the Roma during the Holocaust, as a means of bringing the whole question of the plight of Roma in Eastern Europe into sort of into the public realm. And so you had a colleague of mine, Ian Hancock, who claimed claimed two things. Number one, 1.5 million Roma were murdered during the Shoah, and actually percentage-wise, far more Roma died than Jews. This did not sit very well with the people who led the Holocaust Museum in Washington. And so the numbers game, and I don't disagree with you about numbers. My thing is the death of one Jew or one Roma are just as tragic. You don't want to get into the numbers competition, which is always a danger. But the reason the numbers are important is that it's been for those of us who have worked in the field for a very long time, it's been really an uphill battle to get the recognition the Roma deserved as being Holocaust victims. And that's where the statistics came in. And also say I've done a lot of legal work with Roma asylum seekers in the United States. And what you do in asylum cases in the United States is that you provide a historical background. And the average person, even in the United States, doesn't really know that the Roma were Holocaust victims. They think it's just primarily the Jewish victims. But I can assure you, when you go into a court to argue and do a background study for the judge, in terms of, we have this tradition of persecution of Roma going back much deeper. The Holocaust is simply another more horrible instance of such persecution. And then you can say this person from Romania, that person from the Czech Republic, and you can provide statistics. That draws attention. And it also does the same thing in educationally. Again, students, if you're teaching a course on the Holocaust and you have a section on the Roma, it draws more attention to the topic if you can cite general statistics. And I've seen the bad side of it. Michael Zimmerman and I were very good friends. And I remember when Anton wrote to me about works to recommend, the first one I told him about was Michael Zimmerman. And I remember Michael and I were on a panel at the museum in the early 90s. And he was booed by some of the people in the audience. But how dare you equate Roma deaths? And he wasn't. But just the mere fact of suddenly equating, because many of the survivors didn't know that Roma were victims. It was just sort of protective, knee-jerk sort of reaction to that. How dare you say Roma were in the same category as Jews? Well, that's all changed now, so don't get me wrong. But when it came to the exhibits that were constructed, and this small committee we were on, we were very much in developing that. And there was a real fight over how to depict the Roma. And in the end, they were sort of shuffled off to the end. They weren't given an exhibit that they should have been. And I think that for a variety of reasons, we have to be a little careful about overly criticizing statistics. We'll never really totally know. But I remember asking Michael at the time, I said, how many do you think died? He said, no more than 79, 80,000. And so when Anton wrote me, I said, good for you, because, and the one other thing, and I'll shut up. One other thing we don't think about when we do this is that I've always thought the statistics out there, even the ones I used in some of my books, I was uncomfortable using them because I felt they were higher than they should have been, in large part because you have to understand that particularly in the countries that were Nazi allied states, the satellite states, their policy, so in Slovakia, for example, you know, when the Nazis said, we want your Jews in Roma, Slovaks said, fine, you can have the Jews, not the Roma. And in Bulgaria, I mean, the same thing sort of happened. But I think that one element of this that needs to be discussed is what reason I didn't think as many had died is because so many of these countries were Nazi allied states that were pretty much left alone except for the Jewish question until 1944. And I think that, to me, that was always a factor in why more Roma survived, say in Bulgaria or some of the other Nazi allied states, than perhaps in some other countries where they weren't tied, they were directly occupied by the Germans and so forth. So I think it's a really complex issue, but I'm really so glad that Anton has done this work because the field of Roma Holocaust studies is still growing. And this is wonderful that he's done this. I've applauded him when I first read his paper and now his analysis. It's a starting point because I see so many young people in this audience. And it makes me feel good that you are the next generation of Roma scholars, and I applaud you for this. And I think this is very important in terms of laying the groundwork for the continuation of those studies.
So thank you, David. I agree with you in terms of regarding as a starting point. When it comes to Holocaust Memorial Museum, of course, we're getting an issue of a memory politics, something that I stay away in this particular paper. But you're right, of course. Probably some of you know, Jan Hancock eventually walked out from the Academic Council in protest. That was a big controversy going on. In terms specifically of Holocaust Memorial Museum, I've seen changes for the better in the past, for example, 15, 20 years, more fellows who go and receive fellowship and are able to do research dealing specifically with mass murder of the Roma, receive these fellowships, more publication in the journal if you look through the years. So there's definitely more institutional support. When it comes to numbers, it's some sort of I guess they regard it as a death trap or something. When I prepared this piece of research, I look at the figures presented at the Holocaust Memorial Museum. And as of 2020, it said something to the effect again that probably up to 250,000 Roma were murdered, but we would never know the exact numbers. So I asked them, particularly Krista Hebrig, who is a kind of considered expert on the Roma genocide, and later Patricia Hebre. So can you please tell me, when they refer to particular historians, I said, well, can you tell me which particular historians you're kind of relying on and how you come up with these figures? Well, I never get direct reply. It lasted 4 or 5 months. After that, they said, okay, you know what, we changed the wording in our main article on the mass murder of the Roma. What does it say now? Historians believe that between 250,000 and 500,000 Roma are murdered. We'll never know the numbers. Where did he get this one? And I mean, that's really upsetting because this is really one serious institution. If Holocaust Memorial Museum think that they can do it, they're doing it, what about, just the popular literature then?
We're approaching lunchtime, but we have time for 2 more questions, I guess. Voila, please.
Yeah, first, thank you very much for presenting this very ambitious, I would say, attempt to count the Roma genocide victims. And I agree that it's important to think about numbers as well, but as all others, I have some problems with these estimations to mention just one, the case of Belarus that you presented here. Do you count only for the Soviet Socialist Republic before the war, or also for the territories that were under Poland? We don't have numbers of Roma for those territories. And it was actually, well, maybe not a half of the country, but a quite considerable territory. And also, I'd like to ask you, how do you actually deal with the victims of the Holocaust by bullets? I mean, I'm working not only with archival materials, but I also work with Roma communities. And I used the records of the Soviet Extraordinary Commission and tried to build my research around these records. So I was working in the borderlands with Lithuania, and going from one place to another, I asked the local communities, not only Roma, but non-Roma living there. And all cases of the documented by the Extraordinary Commission, they confirmed, but there were many more, at least 3 times more. And I asked the local Roma communities, and sometimes these were their relatives, and the community is still living there, and there is a community mass grave. And it is unmarked, it stays unmarked, undocumented. And we actually discussed it with Mikhail, and he agreed that also, according to his estimates, the commission documented about 1/3 of the mass killings of Roma. How do we count these victims? I have no idea. And I'm sure that you have worked with the records of the commission yourself, and you know that in these records we don't have names. In most cases we don't have names. We have records like 62 Roma people were killed near some place, and we don't have their names. So I really appreciate this attempt of yours, but I still remain on the side that we will never know the exact numbers. Yeah,
thank you. That's all good points here you make. When it comes to Belarus, and as I mentioned earlier, this issue of changing borders, I'm not an expert in specifically on Nazi or occupied Belarus. I relied on research of others, and then very little of what we have in terms of fundamental archival research. It's very frustrating in a sense, have the book by Dieter Pohl of 1,200 pages and 1 paragraph on the Roma. And he said, well, I agree with Friedman, 3,000, that's probably it. Since I haven't done research, I can't really go beyond that. That's a figure of what we have now. Obviously, it will be changed. We don't know. Probably it was 1,700, maybe 7,000. But we cannot change that figure until we get an evidence. Yes, some extraordinary commission records, they have a problem, that we know. Ideally, of course, if we have other records, for example, of German provenance, we match them together. That's how historical methodology works, really. We're kind of examining source analysis, if we have these records. So Holocaust by bullets, yeah, as Carol already mentioned, it's very important work that they've done, really kind of, mapping the actual execution sites, and I know Mikhail helped them in Ukraine. In terms of, again, this execution sites, that's why I mentioned, Slovenia, forensic anthropology. They have this case of this particular scholar, Kosher. They really excavated one execution site, and there are many. But it's immense, efforts really to do that. Obviously it's not possible with regard to the former Soviet Union. There is literally hundreds, maybe thousands of execution sites. Who will pay for this excavation? No one will, obviously. But it is possible in the case of country like Slovenia. So they did that, and it's a very important kind of source we have.
Very short, because we have only 1 minute or 2. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this. I agree that it's important. I very much agree with Carola and others that I would say it's rather an estimate. It was great to hear how you praise my country. I, however, actually doubt the number because this is based on the lists of Nazis, and there were many more who were sent as so-called asocials to Buchenwald directly, and so on. They are not in this number, and so my 2 points which I can see in this Bohemian case. One, that what I have problem with is that some of those numbers are really based on the perpetrators lists. We know, for example, in Leti and so on, that there were many more about whom we know because of the testimonies, especially newborn babies and so on. Yeah. This is one point, and the other one, I miss migration there, and there was a huge migration between the territories because, like Jews, many Roma knew, for example, that in Slovakia the anti-Gypsy legislation is different, but at the same time, some Vlach Roma, for example, there are no Vlach Roma in those numbers. They were never interned. They somehow knew they should escape, but they escaped to Slovakia, and we know about mass murder of them there, and they are then, of course, not in those numbers.
We again sort of refer to exactly the same points as before, the significance of future research. Yes, when we will have all this information in written somewhere in publication, we'll be able to consult, unless of course in the Czech language, though it needs a translation, then we incorporate these numbers. But as David said, I mean, as a starting point, we have to have a certain table, and then you can come to this table and say, well, this is incorrect, we come with a new type of research. In terms of perpetrator records, yeah, from ethical perspective, we know it is a problem. But another problem, as I mentioned earlier, is really the status of oral history with regard to Sinti and Roma is simply in such a state that, it's kind of, there is a disbalance in terms of records by the perpetrators and corroborating or disproving testimonies by the victims or just the so-called bystanders. That's, for example, the Father Dubois project, and that's what was also important with regard to what they work, because they really collected testimonies by the local population who live and witness these massacres. I think out of the number, I don't remember, please don't quote me, I think over 200, maybe 300, I think there's only 2 or 3 by actually Roma survivors themselves, and the rest by the local population, which helped them to establish at least their execution sites.
Very short, please.
I'll try to be short. I agree very much with Carola. My name is Tori Bielenberg. But I think that the numbers in connection with Roma is always very difficult, because very many Roma do not declare that they are Roma, because it's no advantage to be a Roma. In the Soviet Union, for instance, my former wife, she was registered during the war as Ukrainian, but she's a Ruska Roma. And people who were around her were declared Romanian, and they were killed and as Ukrainian. She was a Ukrainian, and people were killed as Ukrainians, while in reality they were Roma. And very many were killed on the roads and never registered. And very many were killed as a partisan, and then they were registered as partisan, not as Roma. And in the numbers, that's also one thing that you do not include all the people who died just after the war as a result of the treatment during the war in concentration camps and the hunger and persecution. And I think that this is also an aspect which should be taken into account.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, you're referring to a very essential problem. It's a problem really of identity, sort of self-identity versus ascribed identity, how the individuals perceive themselves, whether they're Roma or they perceive themselves as a member of other group, and how the Nazis define it. So basically, when we talk about mass murder of the Roma and so-called Zigeuner, this is the individuals who Nazis regarded as gypsies, and they killed them as the gypsies. In terms of incorporating sort of potential losses that may come from the considering the number of people murdered, for example, unborn children, of course, that's already very difficult matters, and I wouldn't go to that. I think that's really only professional statisticians would be able somehow incorporate in the general data. But again, we're going back to the question, how many Roma lived in each particular country in terms of population statistics by authorities, which might or might not count it, all the individuals whom we talk about it as Roma. So, but yeah, obviously, that's a valid point you're raising. Thank you.
Okay, we could have continued this discussion, but I think now it's time to eat. Thank you to Anton for this interesting and highly provocative lecture to some in the audience. But we'll continue the discussions later today, I think, and maybe even over lunch. Lunch is served in the room. If you go out of the door, then to the right, and you have to bring a glass from here because it's not that many glasses in the cafe at the time. I've been heard. You can leave the luggage here, I guess. Yes.
With our first afternoon session. All right, the pool of scholars working in Romani studies with respect to any former republic of the Soviet Union is actually very small. And one name that comes perhaps most often is that of Volha Bartash over there. Volha is an anthropologist by training, and she defended her PhD on family relations and social organization of Roma in Belarus in the 20th and 21st centuries. She is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Regensburg. Volha published a number of important articles focusing on history and memory of the Nazi genocide of the Roma in Lithuanian, Belarusian borderlands. Her chapter in Jewish and Romani families in the Holocaust and its aftermath, the recent collection of essays co-edited by Katarzyna Czapkova, frankly is the reason why the word Romani families are featured in the title of the book, I think. In parallel with her research on Romani history and culture in Belarus, she just started an exciting new project on Holocaust memory activism in the Baltics. I'm very intrigued. As a pilot project of sorts, Volha co-edited a special issue of the Journal of Baltic Studies on the memory and recognition of the Nazi genocide of the Roma in the Baltic states. The journal issue, to which I had the pleasure to contribute, is coming up in early 2003. And so in her paper today, Volha will focus on experiences of Romani women during and after the genocide. So please.
Perfect. So thank you very much for this very nice introduction, Anton, and also thank you for having me here. It's my pleasure to give a talk and to present my research at the Norwegian Holocaust Center and to find myself in such a good company. So today I will be talking about women, Romani women in the genocide and its aftermath. And as you may know, I am not exactly a gender studies scholar. As Anton already mentioned, I'm working mostly on the issues of memory, commemoration, and more recently, memory politics. But over years of my ethnographic and oral history engagement with Roma communities, I've got to know many women affected by the Nazi violence. And these were not only survivors. Sometimes these were daughters of survivors, or the women who grew up in the shadow of the genocide. And some were orphans who lost their mothers to the Nazi violence. So in our conversations, I was able to see what actually the scars of memory mean and how it is to live with a disturbing knowledge. So I see my talk today as also as a little memorialization act in the memory of the women who shared their stories with me. Because unfortunately, especially in the recent years, many of my interlocutors passed away because of their age, but also because of the pandemic. And in my talk, when it comes to the geographical scope of my research, I will draw on several projects of mine that dealt mostly with Belarus, Lithuania, more recently with Belarus and Latvian borderlands, and also on one of my most recent project that deals actually with the territory of Volhynia, which is western Ukraine. This is another community-based project, unfortunately interrupted by the war in Ukraine, and also Mikhail Tsagli is contributing to it. Okay, so why actually talking about women? As Dalia Offer and Lenore Weitzman warn us, while women's experiences during the Holocaust were not entirely different from those of men, it would be false and misleading to assert that they were identical. There were many instances in which an individual's ordeal was shaped by his or her gender, and it is only by understanding what was unique to women and what was unique to men that we can provide a complete account of what occurred. And they further pay attention to such factors that accounted for gender differences as pre-war roles and responsibilities of men and women. They had obviously different spheres of knowledge, expertise, and social networks, also anticipatory reactions. And also we can say this about Roma communities, because just one example that comes to my mind, Roma families, when they were in hiding, they often sent women with babies fixed at their back to the villages to obtain some food, because they believed that the local policeman wouldn't touch the Romani mothers, which was completely false, as I will later elaborate on this. And then, of course, there was differences. There were differences in German policy and treatment of men and women, and especially, for example, in labor camps, also in local labor and concentration camps, because there were different work requirements. And of course, there were different men and women responded to the Nazi persecution differently, drawing on their gender-specific skills and resources. And just an example here, the participation of Roma in the Soviet partisan movement, when men enrolled as active fighters, and women were performing all kinds of supplying tasks or reproductive labor tasks. So I'm still not sure about the extent to which we can extrapolate these observations to Roma communities. But as Sybil Milton noted back in late 1990s, studies on Romani women were scattered and isolated, and at best fragmentary. And I'm afraid that little has changed since Milton's pioneering work, and we still have few attempts to make sense of the experiences of Roma women. And I would also like to say that we have to start thinking in this direction and trying to apply different lens to the lived experiences of Roma. A gender lens may be one of them, or, for example, as Katka, Katarzyna, and Eliana Adler applied a family lens in the edited volume. And not because we have to single out or exclude someone, but to diversify the experiences of Roma. And of course, based on my sources, again, there are certain problems in the studies of Roma women. And as I was preparing for this talk, I was reading also the articles by the scholars from Jewish studies, and I really envy how many first-hand accounts they have. And what do we have? We have very few first-hand, especially early accounts of Roma women. Of course, there is a famous poem by Polska Roma woman Bronisława Weiss, or Papusha, which is also one of the earliest testimonies on the Nazi genocide. And it's not just a poem, it's a long narrative poem. But otherwise, these are few voices, also almost complete absence of women's voices in post-war documentation when it comes, for example, to the Soviet trials or to the records of the Soviet Extraordinary Commission. And then there are very few even recent oral histories of motherhood and sexual violence. And yeah, just to give you some examples. About 5 years ago, I was working with documentation from the Pravieniškės camp in Lithuania, where many local Roma were interned, and this camp was run mostly by the local guards, and Roma performed very hard labor. They worked in peat extraction, and there were also Roma families and mothers and children, and there were several legal cases after the war, and actually many eyewitnesses were talking about Roma families in this camp. But well, one of my questions is, of course, why the eyewitnesses from really remote areas of the Soviet Union were invited to testify in these trials. And the Roma community of Eišiškės, which is 70 kilometers away from Vilnius, they were not given a voice, they were not invited. We don't have Roma eyewitnesses in this, or survivors in this case, though they were available at the time. And many eyewitnesses talked about one specific case that took place in spring 1944, when Roma mothers returned from work only to find out that their children were missing from the barrack. And one eyewitness, for example, said, because of that, they ran around the camp, whispered, jumped on the barbed wire, and pulled their hair out. Yeah? Which reflects the despair of Roma mothers. But on the other hand, we don't have any individuals besides behind this record. We don't know their names, we don't know about their personalities, nothing, right? And actually, in a very striking way, this testimony resembles another one, which is a post-war memoir of Jewish eyewitnesses, brothers Rayeks, published in Buenos Aires in 1956. And I am grateful to Katarzyna for her help with translation from Yiddish. And this memoir tells the story of the execution of a Roma group in Gleboke in December 1941. This is northern Belarus. And we also have records of the Extraordinary Commission for this case. And again, the eyewitnesses very well describe these scenes. The mothers cried, screamed, wailed, tore their hair from their heads, fell in a faint, and pleaded with the executioners to shoot them fast rather than make them watch the suffering of their children, who were dying from cold, lying naked in the snow. And actually, in this particular case, Roma were exposed to the extreme cold. So it was a very cold winter of 1941, and children just got stiffened and died from the cold. Yeah, and I'm not sure whether I would be able to present my evidence. Okay, in just 5 minutes. Okay, so again, we have an outsider's perspective here, right? We don't know what these mothers felt and what were their personalities or names. And actually, almost the only female voice that I found in the records of the Extraordinary Commission from Lubcha Rayon. This was a testimony of Kristina Shpakovskaya, who was actually not a Roma woman. She is a local Belarusian woman married to a Romani man. And they lived sedentary like all other 50 Roma residents of their town. And this piece is also an important one because it tells not only her personal story, and she talks as a victim of sexual violence here, but also it is an important evidence on the persecution of sedentary Roma. And the second thing is that it testifies about the separation of non-Roma family members from Roma, because her husband and her children were taken away and killed in a massacre at the local cemetery. Then again, there are some community-based sources, and besides Papusha, there is also a more recent memoir by Edward Dembitsky, which is called The Bird of the Dead, in which he actually talks a lot about his mother, who played a crucial role during their family survival in Volhynia. Then we have more recent oral histories that again highlight the role of women in hiding and partisan units as breadwinners and caregivers, as informants and scouts for the Soviet partisan movement, and also involved in reproductive labor for Soviet partisans, like all household tasks you can imagine. And just to support my observation, this is the personal record of Tatiana Gorbuntsova, born 1927, from the digital database Partisans of Belarus at the National Archives. And it gives some basic information for Tatiana about the time that she was enrolled in the Lelchitsi brigade in the south of Belarus. And this record also mentions that she was an ordinary fighter for her partisan unit. But in fact, it wasn't the case, because we also have a memoir interview of Tatiana that was conducted by Masha Tserovich and Alexander Gogun, and it was published in the Ukrainian Journal of Holocaust Studies that is edited by Mikhailo Tsyagli. From this memoir, she was about 15 years old when she enrolled, and it happened after her family was killed in a forest massacre. And she enrolled together with her 3 brothers, and what she did for her unit, she cooked. And at some point, she was the only chef for more than 100 people. So you can imagine what kind of labor it was. But somehow it's not even mentioned here. Although for some other partisans, we have some extra information on their contribution. And another very interesting detail of Tatiana's memoir is that she talks about, she mentions for several times that despite finding herself in a very male setting, she was able to save her honor, which means that she was able to avoid undesirable relationships with male partisans. And this is maybe partly due to the fact that she was under protection of her brothers, right? But many women didn't manage to do so. And I also collected some evidence on very brief so-called partisan marriages of Romani women. And then, so when it comes to the memories of sexual violence, it's always very difficult to research because informants, I'm sorry, I have to read this testimony, because informants tend to somehow avoid this topic. It is not something they are eager to talk about, right? And here, for example, it's a fragment of my interview with a Romani woman who is talking about her aunt. And I will read just to finalize my very brief presentation. So my mom recounted what she remembered about her aunt, a sister of her mother. They were all hiding in a bathhouse in a village. Women, children, all lying close to one another. But Germans came over. They picked my aunt. She was a real young beauty. They took her away. She was back in the morning. Do I understand? So I asked, how did she live afterwards? But what to do? As my mother and grandmother said, they were happy that she remained alive. And as my mother told me, no one knew. Only my mother, her sister, their mother, and later me. No one else knew. And she never married. She lived unmarried until old age, first in Belarus, then in Latvia, but she lived alone. And I think that this piece perfectly illustrates the communication of trauma in a family network of women, and also the protective attitude towards the victim of sexual violence, because they kept her story as a secret, obviously because they didn't want also negative repercussions in their community for her. And there were many such intergenerational trauma episodes that I could go on with examples, but I have to stop right now. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wolf. I'm really sorry to cut you short. Excellent presentation, but we have 3 more speakers. And Maria Roswell is someone who doesn't need much introduction as far as the study of Romani history in this country is concerned. Maria and I have been colleagues at this center since 2006. Maria is one of the first scholars in this country who started working on Nazi destruction of Norwegian Roma. Thanks to Maria's personal engagement going beyond her job description, the Norwegian Holocaust Center has established fruitful working relation with the Norwegian Romani community. Maria was part, as mentioned earlier this morning, of composing a comprehensive report on Norwegian state policy vis-a-vis Roma before, during, and after Second World War, and Maria is often co-authored, along with Carl Vogt and other 2 colleagues, of the book The Unwanted People, the development of a gypsy policy and the destruction of Norwegian Roma. 1915, 1956. The book came out in 2017. And last year, she published another book, Zola Caroli, European History, which is also the subject for today's presentation.
Thank you very much, Anton. You're far too kind, and Maria don't know how to work with PowerPoint. That's for sure. But thank you very much, and thank you for letting me come here. I will talk about Zola Caroli, and I am just wanting to see if Daniel is here. Zola Caroli was born in Oslo in the spring of 1921. His parents were Tuara and Luara, a subgroup of Black Roma who had come to West Europe after slavery and serfdom had been abolished in the Principality of Wallachia. His parents were buying and selling horses and other works inside the middleman economy. I found him, or we found him, in the research group here at the Holocaust Center. He is not anything particular with him. He is one of 12. Thank you. He's one of 12 children of the Caroli family, which came to Norway in the 1880s, which were a period of liberal immigration laws, and the Caroli family were tolerated in Norway and was seen as Norwegian citizens as late as 1916. In Zola's first year, the summer of 1921, the family settled just outside Trondheim in a compania, you know, these companies with Roma that travel together. 8 families were together, and this led to violent complaints and newspaper articles. The newspapers wrote that the gypsy women stole wherever they could, while the men drank and enjoyed themselves and others with bloody fights. The complaints came from several quarters. A reading post by neighbors, which were signed Strindinger, that means the people living there, asked the police chief in Trøndelag to make a statement. They believed that these, I quote, irregular existences can be kept away. The disadvantages that result from this kind of visit to the local residents are too well known for further proof to be necessary, and a few words about the guests' right to stay will interest many, end of quote. So the neighbors are asking, are they really allowed to be here? The director of the local psychiatric hospital also wrote to the police, asking them to remove the group. They were disturbing for the patients. Twice this compania was expelled. The first time they returned, but were again expelled, and in July 1921, they were shown out of the area with the police hot on their heels. The newspaper printers these newspaper printings initiated a process that would lead to Zola losing his Norwegian citizenship. This is a picture from Trøndelag. It's not of the family and the compania, but it's in the same area. They had been visiting this same area for several years. After they were expelled, the county governor of Trøndelag contacted the Ministry of Social Affairs to get clarity on how to deal with traveling gypsies. The ministry forwarded the request to a private Christian missionary organization to get their point of view of the matter. The leader of this association, Ingvald B. Carlsen, wrote an article in Aftenposten, the most important newspaper in Norway, under the title, "Shall the Gypsies Stay in the Country?" in October 21. And he wrote, I quote, "For a long time it has been quiet about this intrusive, unwelcome guest. They had probably taken a trip to their homeland, and one involuntarily heaved a sigh of relief at the thought that they were now really vaporized. But there they were again, and even like a flood over the land. And he continued, but one cannot be so good-hearted in one's love of humanity that one wants to love and keep alive an indignant and corruptible non-human being. Common sense dictates that it's the best for the gypsies themselves that they are forced to pull themselves together and organize their lives according to society's law. If they don't want it, they can stay away. Carlsen's argument, end of quote. Carlsen's arguments were leading the Ministry of Social Affairs, which sent a request to the Ministry of Justice that the invasion of gypsies should be stopped and that the gypsies who are already in the country must be expelled to the greatest extent possible. To make this clear, the process that was initiated is very briefly as follows. Everything dealing with Roma was moved from the Ministry of Social Affairs to the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice started a registration of all Roma in Norway before announcing that the Roma who had Norwegian identification papers were not to be considered as Norwegian citizens. The notice was given to all local police stations and the foreign missions abroad. All this culminated in the new Alien Act of 1927. It was established that foreign Roma did not have access to the Kingdom of Norway. So this is a circle that is going. First, they're having Norwegian citizenship, and then it's the case of the Roma is moved to the Minister of Justice that are kind of tricking them and taking away the citizenship. The Norwegian state was far from the only one with such laws to protect them from foreign Roma. Denmark already had introduced such a law in the late 19th century, Sweden in 1913, and on the European mainland, the French had introduced their carnet anthropométrique, a careful record of all nomads in 1912, and the German registered gypsies by race in the Seinebuch from 1905. While the Belgians kicked out all foreign vagabonds, either physically or administratively, from 1892. And a proverb among Roma is, before the hatred and the argument starts, hitch the cart to the horse and go away. While the Norwegian state started the internment of an other group of Romani people, the Tater or Sinti, and at the same time started the registration of the Roma, Sulu Karoli's parents decided to take his family out of the country, and in 1922 they were registered in Belgium. There they applied for a residence permit, and they did it with this very nice picture where Sulu Karoli is sitting on his mother's lap. But they were very quickly deported to France, where they again were pushed back to Belgium. In Sulu's first 6 years of life, from the time they were expelled in Trøndelag and until the gypsy clause was introduced into Norwegian law from 21 to 27, it's document showing that he and his family were deported at least 8 times between Belgium, France, and Germany. The deportations took different forms. Sometimes they were escorted into the border with the police or the gendarmerie, other times only asked to leave the country within a week or two. Nevertheless, the Karoli family managed to get legal papers. In 1924, they visited the consulate in Antwerpen, which issued Norwegian passports. So they traveled with these passports until late 1930s. And you can see on the first side that they have taken away the date for when it's expiring, the passport. Throughout Sulu's childhood, he was chased from local community to local community and from nation state to nation state. No country would grant the family citizenship, and no local community allowed them to settle. Several times, Zulu experienced being held in a no man's land, while there were diplomatic quarrels, sometimes all the way up to the governmental level. In 1930, this happened between Norway and Sweden, and in 1931 between Belgium and France. The last time the Caroli family tried to come to Norway was in 1934. Then the Belgian police had openly harassed them to get them to leave Belgium. And in January 1934, a group of 68 people first tried to enter via Sweden, but they were turned away, and then tried again via Denmark and were rejected there as well. The rejection was reported in Norwegian, Danish, and German newspapers. With the help of the Gypsy Clause adopted by an anonymous parliament, Norway was gypsy-free or sigøynerfri from 1934. In addition to the mission and the ministries, the police had been an active promoter of getting control of the vagrancy problem in Norway. In a longer article in 1938, a central figure in the police wrote, and I quote, "Fortunately, we are done with the gypsies. It was relatively painless to get rid of the gypsies. They constituted a state within the state. Because they rarely mixed blood with natives, they were used to wandering from country to country and could never dream that they would be refused entry again. They therefore wandered out, but they found the door closed when they wanted to come back again." End of quote. Norwegian historians have to a small extent taken this brutalization of our institutions into account when they have analyzed the Holocaust in Norway. The extermination of the Norwegian Jews has been seen as a unique, isolated event during the German occupation. And I'm not trying to argument with Yehuda Bauer that it is not an unique event. But no attempt has been made to analyze this influence of the brutalization of the Western European democracies during and after First World War in Norway. The alien legislation and the start of considering whole groups as valuable constituents of our population and thus defining some out of the national community has not, as I see it, been adequately analyzed. The French historian Henriette Asseau has shown how anti-Ziganism or anti-Gypsyism is an integrated part of all French institutions and was a part of the French nation building. In Norway, various minorities, the Sami, the Tater, Romani people, the Jews, have been investigated separately. Although Per Hove has been highlighting how the Protestant eugenics influenced the Christians' view of Romani people Tatere and contributed to the sterilization of the minority, we do not yet have the full picture of how the interwar periods, internment, sterilization, and so-called Norwegianization policy towards the minorities may have been connected with the large number of Jews killed during World War II. I want to say it very clear, or as Google Translate said, to put it bluntly, but very clear, does it have an impact that it is only 4 years between the fact that the Norwegian police is celebrating that Norway got rid of the Roma before they arrested the Norwegian Jews? That's my main point. Then to go back to Zulu Caroli. For the last 10 years of his life, Zulu Caroli lived primarily in Belgium. There he was still banished from place to place, often daily. At the age of 15, Zulu was arrested for the first time and put under a special surveillance, and he got this surveillance file. He was no longer an attachment to his parents. No charges were brought at that time, but 3 years later he was persecuted for stealing 2 bicycles together with another Roma. Then the only picture of him as an adult was taken, which is this. In the same year, he married Clara Karl, and Clara and Sulu got 2 boys, Louis in 1941 and Xavier in 1943. In the spring of 43, the Nazis also made plans to deport all Roma from Belgium, as Anton has been talking about. In the autumn of 43, Sulu and his small family were arrested in Tournai. They were transported to Mechanicznej, and from there they were sent together with 351 other Roma to the Auschwitz-Birkenau, 15th of January. The children were killed the first month. Clara was sexually abused and tried to be sterilized before she was sent to Ravensbrück, while Sulu was shot 2 days before Dachau was liberated by the Americans. So that's what we know from the perpetrators' archives. But as we have talked about today, we have also oral testimonies. And I wanted to show you, because we have today here one of our collaborators, which is called Daniel Quick, and he's in family with Sulu Karoli, and to try to find out something more than we could find from the archives, he went, because Clara, after she survived Holocaust, she married another man, and she got a child. And to try to find out something else than what the perpetrator archives could tell us, because of our good collaboration with Daniel Quick and Amele Rom, We Are the Roma People, which is a documentation association that are doing interviews with survivors, and the interviews are done by the Roma themselves. He went to Belgium, to Charleroi, and there he interviewed the daughter of Sulu, of Clara, that is still living there. And if we didn't have a Mac, but a computer, I could show you the interview, but I don't know, I don't even know where internet is. Can you, where is internet on? I want to show this because we talked about oral, yes, 1 minute, but it's not long, but we have to do it fast. We talked about oral explanation, and I think that with working closely with Roma, you can get other interviews and more closer information. I'm gonna see if it's no internet. Anyway, take my word for it. Amele Rom had also, because we talked about not having money to research, but Amele Rom also had a project of interviewing so-called gypsy experts. That's to say, to turn around the camera, and that it's not all the time Roma that are interviewed by Gadget, but that also that the Roma should collect interviews with all of us. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. So our next speaker, Natasha Gavlik, who is a doctoral student at joint University of Duke, University of North Carolina graduate program. Natasha is a student of literature, and her PhD project explores the issue of trauma, identity, and ethnicity in Roma and Sinti literature. As a PhD student, Natasha doesn't yet have an extensive academic online presence, but what is already there is quite encouraging, As a teaching assistant in the German department at the University of North Carolina, she gets almost exclusively awesome ratings from students. Most frequently, Natasha is described by her students as, I quote, one of the most caring instructors here at UNC. I'm immensely thankful to Natasha, who was able to join the conference at a short notice. And today she'll be speaking about the art and literature of one particular Austrian Romani writer, artist, and survivor, Celia Stoica.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you for everyone for being here. I'm very excited to give this talk on Celia Stoica's, specifically one work of hers, Wir leben im Verborgenen, which I look forward to telling you more about. After being deported to Auschwitz alongside her mother and sisters at the age of 9, Celia Stoica survived 3 concentration camps, Auschwitz, Ravensbrück, and Bergen-Belsen, where she and her mother were freed by British soldiers in April 1945. Celia Stoica, an Austrian Romani, established herself in the late 20th century as a celebrated artist and activist who effectively campaigned for rights and equality of Romani people and for recognition of their suffering during the Second World War. Stoica's activism, outspokenness, and publication of her autobiography, Wir leben im Verborgenen, We Live in Hiding, in 1988, coincided with a larger movement of Romani Holocaust survivors, who began documenting their own histories in the 1980s, following a 40-year silence between the end of the war and the commencement of Roma narratives dealing with their histories during the 1940s. But Roma experiences of the Holocaust are often overlooked, overshadowed by other voices, or even misconstrued. The last 3 decades, however, have seen a significant increase in personal narratives that seek in eigenen Schriften diesen Fremdbildern und Beschreibungen ihre Sicht und Erfahrungen entgegenzusetzen. In this paper, I intend to discuss the literary and stylistic aspects of Stoica's Wir leben im Verborgenen to investigate the relationship between literature and cultural and historical memory. This examination will focus on the important role that autobiography plays in the context of Romani studies. Sinti and Roma autobiographies function as a powerful statement to both assert and reassert this community's existence within their respective countries and to document the genocide perpetrated against their ethnicity. These personal narratives demonstrate the cathartic nature of writing, a quality that Beate Eder Jordan describes as das Schaffen von Literatur, das für die Autorin eine psychologische und therapeutische Funktion erhält. Durch das Aufschreiben soll das sogenannte Vergangene bewältigt werden. It must be noted that autobiographical writing as a means of grappling with and attempting to overcome trauma is not a phenomenon unique to Sinti and Roma authors. There are many non-Romani survivors of trauma who turn to personal narratives as a means of coping with and addressing their suffering. Similar to Primo Levi's 1947 book, Survival in Auschwitz, and Elie Wiesel's 1956 text, Night, Philomena Franz's Zwischen Liebe und Hass, ein Zigeunerleben, published in 1980, and Celia Stoica's Wir leben im Verborgenen, serve as foundational Sinti and Roma autobiographies that serve as testimony of the genocide of Romani people during the Second World War. Celia Stoica was a pioneer in 2 ways. First, she was the initial Austrian Romani to publish an autobiography describing her experiences during the Holocaust at a time when only 2 other monographs that discussed the persecution of the Austrian Sinti and Roma by the National Socialist regime existed. These texts, which had little to no influence outside of academic circles, included Selma Steinmetz's Österreichische Zigeuner im NS-Staat and Erika Törner's Nationalsozialismus und Zigeuner in Österreich. Secondly, according to Moses Heinschink and Michael Teichmann, writing not only as a woman, but also for the Gaje, for non-Roma people, was, quote, a breach of taboo in the traditional Levara society, end quote. The publication of Wir leben im Verborgenen played a significant role in bringing attention to the history and continued oppression of Sinti and Roma in Austria, but it also inspired other Romani survivors of the Holocaust to document and share their own stories. Among these survivors were Celia Stoica's own brothers, Karl and Mongo Stoica, who published their own personal narratives Auf der ganzen Welt zu Hause in 1994 and Papierende Kinder in 2000, respectively. Unlike the Jewish population, who received significant reparations after the Holocaust, the genocide against Romani people was not officially acknowledged by the Federal Republic of Germany until 1982. Sybil Milton emphasizes that, quote, claims filed by Sinti and Roma survivors for homes and businesses impounded at deportation were invariably disallowed, end quote. And for nearly 50 years after the war, many Roma were excluded from receiving restitution money, which was a further means of not acknowledging the persecution of Sinti and Roma populations. Recognition of Romani people as victims of the Nazi genocide became official only in 1985, 5 years after 13 Roma and Sinti protesters led a hunger strike calling for, quote, recognition and compensation, and demanded that post-war anti-Roma and anti-Sinti policy be removed. Such organized political action led eventually to some reparations being paid out to Sinti and Roma survivors. Yet the acknowledgement and admittance of guilt is woefully slow. Just this past April, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the founding of the Central Committee of the German Sinti and Roma, German President Steinmeier officially recognized the second suffering, which refers to the continued persecution of the Sinti and Roma after the war. Chea Stoika's composition of Wir leben im Verborgenen, which describes her life before, during, and after the Holocaust, includes an important interlocutor, the writer and director Karin Berger, who not only filmed Stoika's documentary, Unter den Brettern hellgrünes Gras, but who also played an important role in the creation of this personal narrative. In her foreword to Wir leben im Verborgenen, Berger explains that the text is composed of two sections. The first features Stoika's self-written personal narrative, in which she describes the period directly before and during the Holocaust. The second half contains an interview between Berger and Stoika that highlights the latter's childhood memories and her reflections on the continued struggles of Romani people in contemporary Austria. I'd like to now discuss the content and narrative form of Stoika's Wir leben im Verborgenen in more detail, as her use of particular literary characteristics exemplify a passing down of Romani history and cultural traditions. Unlike her brothers' autobiographies, which are subdivided into short, titled chapters and excerpts, Chea Stoika's text reads and sounds like that of an oral narrative. There are no subheadings or chapters throughout the book. Mere stars occasionally separate sections to indicate the passing of time. Furthermore, by composing her autobiography in a way that simultaneously draws upon and reflects the Sinti and Roma practice of oral storytelling, Stoika preserves this custom and, by transforming it into a written narrative, also bridges a cultural gap between Romani and non-Romani people. Romani communities have a rich tradition of oral storytelling, which is both significant for cultural and social reasons. Sharing oral narratives, writes Paola Toninato, quote, constitutes an ethnic strategy aimed at minimizing the acculturative effects associated with literacy and acts as an effective barrier against assimilation, end quote. And Penny Sommerfeld emphasizes that oral history has the capacity to, quote, recover the past and through doing so can challenge historical knowledge, end quote. Therefore, by constructing her narrative in a way that emulates oral storytelling in written form, Chea Stoika not only gestures to a deeply embedded cultural practice of many Roma communities, but also indicates an important shift towards writing. Stoika further blurs the boundary between oral and written narrative by alternating between two narrative perspectives. She uses first-person singular ich, I, when describing events specifically pertaining to her experience. Ich saß neben dem Mädchen, I sat next to the girl, but otherwise uses the third-person plural. Unsere Leute marschierten alle zum großen Tor. Our people marched to the big gate, thus indicating her belonging to and representation of the larger Romani population. These shifts between first and third person become a means of expressing personal and collective trauma. The first-person narration serves as testimony of Stoika's singular experience, while the third-person perspective gives voice to the abuses suffered by Sinti and Roma communities at large. When asked about what made her start writing, Stoika answered, "Ich wollte mit jemandem reden. Es war aber niemand da, der mir zugehört hatte, und Papier ist geduldig. Die Erinnerungen sind so herausgeschossen." And while Cheya Stoika's autobiographies remain significant as narratives of her experiences and the voicing of personal and collective trauma during the Holocaust, her books also preserve and impart aspects of Romani culture beyond that of oral storytelling. One of the most striking and surprising qualities of this work includes Stoika's inclusion of romanes, the common language of Roma and Sinti communities, because the language long served as a, quote, Geheimsprache und als Erkennungszeichen. Die Figuren der Romane und Erzählungen unterhalten sich in Romanes, wenn sie von den Gadje nicht verstanden werden wollen. In her foreword to another publication, Auschwitz ist mein Mantel, Stoika recalls her family receiving letters from her father from Dachau. Quote, schrieb uns von Dachau Briefe. He wrote us letters from Dachau. Wie geht es Katomundaren, which translates to, they murder people here. Romanes thus functions as a means of recognizing other Sinti and Roma, but also as a protective mechanism to shield, warn, and inform Romani people from the dangers posed by non-Roma. Language as a means of safety plays a central role within Wir leben im Verborgenen. There are many instances of Stoika's mother communicating with her children in Romanes, giving them instructions, warnings, even reassurances in Romanes, as well as sayings and expressing worries. Unsere Mama sagte zu uns, haltet euch immer an mir fest. Keine Angst, mein Kind. These sections in Romanes take on a stylistic and intertextual function. For non-Roma readers, these sections in italics emulate the privacy of Romanes, excluding momentarily the non-Roma audience from a conversation or exchange, then inviting the reader back into the narrative through the German translation in parentheses. Through the inclusion of Romanes and its translation, Stoika's autobiography breaks the taboo of keeping Sinti and Roma insulated through their language, and it marks a shift in the role of Romanes within writing. Stoika, along with other writers who use Romanes in their writing, sind an einer Erhaltung des Romanes interessiert und die Sprache erfährt durch die Thematisierung und zitatartige Verwendung in den literarischen Werken eine Aufwertung. By using Romanes and evoking the style of oral storytelling, Stoika creates a text that preserves and conveys cultural and historical memory, powerfully intertwining her own life story with that of the larger Romani community. The individual and collective exist in conjunction with one another in Cheya Stoika's narrative, both as evidenced through her choice of the plural form wir in the autobiography's title, and through the narrative's construction itself. Personal, intimate anecdotes of Cheya Stoika and her mother transition rapidly to experiences of communal struggles for survival. In an episode from her time in Bergen-Belsen, Cheya Stoika describes sitting with her mother in the sunshine, a scene which suddenly shifts to a dangerous attempt to steal turnips off the back of an SS truck. Wir saßen draußen am Fußboden, Mama und ich, und sie erzählte mir Verschiedenes. Ich fragte, Mama, glaubst du, dass es Wien noch gibt, oder ist hier die ganze Welt? Ich glaube nicht, dass es noch etwas anderes geben kann. Eine Frau ging an uns vorbei, es war eine Weißrussin. Mama sagte, pass gut auf, gleich wird sie einige Schüssel Kartoffelschalen verlieren. Und so war es auch. Sie verlor eine einzige Kartoffelschale. Plötzlich sah man, dass zwischen den Totenhaufen von vielen Menschen ein großer Leiterwagen mit Rüben gezogen wurde. Es ging alles sehr rasch. Meine Mama packte eine große Steckrübe, aber ein SS-Mann hatte sie gesehen und schlug ihr auf die Hand. Aber sie ließ die Rübe nicht fallen. Es war eine herrliche Rübe. Eine Frau hatte ein Taschenmesser, Chive hatte ein wenig Salz. Es kamen noch 2 Frauen, die dasselbe gemacht hatten. Nun gingen Messer und Salz von einer zur anderen. By being written from the perspective of a child rather than from an adult reflecting on their past, the text reveals the violence and cruelty within the concentration camps through the narrowed worldview of a child. This narrative viewpoint creates an even more haunting effect, since, contrary to adults who can consciously hold on to their pre-war experiences, For young children like Stoika, the camp is essentially her only point of reference. This is encapsulated in Stoika's seemingly innocent question, is this the whole world? These 5 words poignantly, painfully capture the incomprehensibility of living in conditions where death is always omnipresent, from the chimneys and smoke in Auschwitz to corpses laying in piles in Bergen-Belsen. Even more significant is the deafening silence, the absence of an answer to Stoika's question, is this the entire world? Whether or not Stoika's mother actually responded at the time of this exchange, the choice to replace a verbal reply with the opportunity to obtain food shows that rather than a physical place, survival has become the entire world for concentration camp prisoners. The transition from Stoika's private moment with her mother to the communal act of finding and sharing food with other women in Bergen-Belsen makes Wir leben im Verborgenen an expression not only of the author's own unique experiences, but also testifies to the trauma suffered by the larger Sinti and Roma community. When it comes to reporting the experiences of oppressed minorities, trauma and examples of oppression are often reported in facts, figures, and statistics, but these objective measures do not express anything about the nature of traumatic experience. Literature has long been viewed as a means of helping communities, quote, invent and reinvent themselves, end quote, because narratives have the capacity to convey historical facts and also allow the author to depict the visceral, emotional, and debilitating effects of suffering and trauma. As Sławomir Kapralski suggests in his chapter titled, quote, the title of his chapter is The Aftermath of the Roma Genocide. Art of all forms has been a way for Romani people to, quote, actively commemorate collective trauma, end quote, and thus use these acts of commemoration to, quote, help to evoke a future imaginable throughout the past, end quote. Stoika's literary and artistic oeuvre have paved the way for recognition of the genocide of Sinti and Roma and for human rights activism for Romani people who underwent and continue to experience oppression and marginalization. In the particular context of Austria, Roxane Riegler writes that, quote, Austrian Romanis are Austrians. They belong to the same nation. Their history is Austrian history. Though marginalized, the Roma are not isolated from society. Efforts to improve the rights, treatment, and perception of the Roma and Sinti in European nations remains a vital topic, a cause that Ceea Stoica dedicated her life to. In a brief statement she gave on June 12, 2012, at the site of the memorial to the Sinti and Roma of Europe murdered under the National Socialist regime, she suggested that, quote, if the world does not change now, if the world does not open its doors and windows, if it does not build peace, true peace, so that my great-grandchildren have a chance to live in this world, then I cannot explain why I survived Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and Ravensbrück. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. And so we have our last speaker on this panel, Katarzyna Czapkova. Katarzyna is senior researcher at the Institute of Contemporary History of the Czech Academy of Sciences. She worked mainly in the field of East European and Central European Jewish history, as well as Romani history. In 2016, she established the Prague Forum for Romani History. She's the head of a larger research project called Genocide, Post-War Migration, Social Mobility, Entangled Experience of Roma and Jews. The project is financed by the Czech Research Council and will conclude next year. Katarzyna has a long list of publications to her name. I have time to mention just a few of her monographs and co-edited volumes. Czech, German Jews, ? National Identity and the Jews of Bohemia, Prague and Beyond, Jews in the Bohemian Lands, already mentioned Jewish and Romani families in the Holocaust and its aftermath, and forthcoming Jewish lives under communism. In your paper today, Katarzyna will be discussing Romani quest for post-war justice in Czechoslovakia.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and presentation. It's not on?
It's okay.
It's okay. So thank you very much. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be able to speak here in Oslo about the preliminary results of one part of a research project which my colleagues and I have been working on for the past 3 years at the Prague Forum for Romani Histories at the Institute of Contemporary History in Prague. Our project deals primarily with the genocide of the Roma and Sinti, but it also focuses on the entanglement of the Holocaust experience of the Roma and the Jews. As for the territory, we are interested in the territory that was called Czechoslovakia before the war. Today it is the territory of 2 countries, the Czech and Slovak republics, and Subcarpathian Ruthenia has been part of Ukraine since 1945. During the war, this territory came under the control of several states. Now, in all parts of our project, we try to find sources that convey the Romani perspective. An inspiration for us is the unique project mentioned already, Voices of the Victims of Karola Finks. This is why we are preparing a database. There is another topic discussed today. This will be a database of all published testimonies of Roma and Sinti from the territory of present-day Czech and Slovak republics, which will contain not only detailed abstracts of the testimonies in Czech and in English, but also visualization of these testimonies and the events described in them on maps. But today I want to focus on a different type of source, which we are working on as a team, and that is applications for certificates of participation in the national liberation struggle under Act 255 from year 1946, which was in force until 2004. In early months after the act was passed, obtaining a certificate allowed for the acquisition of a property or a business that had formerly belonged to Germans who had been expelled. From the late 1960s, the certificate also made it possible to receive a significant addition to one's pension. And in the 1990s, it also meant the payment of one-time compensation for a widowed partner or for orphans. Until late 1989, that is throughout the period of communist rule in Czechoslovakia, this certificate represents the only way for Roma and Sinti in Czechoslovakia to get at least some compensation for the persecution they suffered during the war. The form and amount of compensation has changed over time, and the group of people who could apply for a certificate had also gradually expanded. Whereas the law was initially intended mainly for people who had fought in the struggle against Nazi Germany, soldiers, partisans, members of the home resistance, and political prisoners, it gradually became possible for victims of racial persecution also to apply for compensation. And last but not least, according to a 2001 decree, compensation was also made available to people who had gone into hiding during the war. So far, our team has managed to put 456 applications of Roma and Sinti into a detailed database. And my analysis today will be based on this preliminary sample. As you can see on the map, we have among the applications a good representation of Roma from Bohemian lands and from Slovakia. the Slovak applicants currently outnumber the Czech, and this disproportion will increase in future because of the large demographic difference between the two countries. Before the war, between 9,000 to 10,000 Roma lived in Bohemia and Moravia, whereas in Slovakia and Carpathian Ruthenia, there were more than 10 times that number of Roma, roughly 100,000. Moreover, during the war, as we have heard from Anton, most of the Roma and Sinti in the Bohemian lands were murdered. In Slovakia, the Roma were also subjected to the genocidal policies of the Slovak and Hungarian states, but most of them survived the war. For applicants for a certificate of participation in the national liberation struggle, it was important to obtain a document certifying participation for as long as possible. The longer one had participated in the struggle, the greater the amount of compensation he or she would receive. The logic of the law implied that applicants who had taken part in fighting alongside especially the Red Army or as partisans or had been imprisoned in concentration camps had the easiest time obtaining certificates. It was internment in a concentration camp that was most frequently cited by the applicants in our sample. And as you can see from this chart, most claimants asked for compensation for imprisonment in Auschwitz. The reason is that this was the most common experience of Roma and Sinti from the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Most of the Roma were deported to Auschwitz directly from their homes without being first sent to the so-called gypsy camps at Lety or Hodonín. But the reason that the largest proportion of Roma and Sinti in the applications were Auschwitz prisoners is related to another circumstance as well. For proof of imprisonment, applicants could apply for a certificate from the International Tracing Service, Bart Arolson, as was mentioned today, which provided an extract from the files at Auschwitz, or they could apply directly from the Auschwitz memorial. Regarding the Lety camp, it was long unknown where documentation on the prisoners had been deposited. In the archives in Písek, which is very close to Lety, we found several letters written by Roma to the authorities in the village of Lety, from whom they sought help in vain. It was only until until 1970 that it was discovered that the records from Lety were stored in the district archives in Třeboň. And thanks to this, with a delay of more than 20 years, the Romani camp survivors who were still alive were able to point also to the period of internment in Lety. In our sample, the prisoners from Lety are predominant because prominent because my colleague Renata Berkiova did her master's thesis on the applications of former prisoners from that camp, and we therefore prioritized these documents. Now, the second largest group of Romani people who successfully applied for certificates were partisans. A map showing the places where Roma participated in guerrilla warfare clearly indicates regional differences. The unequal distribution of Romani partisans on the territory of the former protectorate and on the territory of Slovak state corresponds to the strength of the partisan movement in both regions. In Slovakia, the partisan movement was the strongest during the Slovak national uprising in 1944. Another reason, however, is that as part of the anti-Roma policy of the Slovak state, the vast majority of Slovak Roma had to leave their homes and move several kilometers away from non-Roma dwellings and public roads. Most of them then lived in the forests, where the men often joined the partisans, both to fight the Germans, but often also to try to protect their families against violence, not only from the German and Slovak fascists, but also from the partisans themselves. Otherwise, the majority of Romani men in the Slovak state and in the territories occupied by Hungary were sent to forced labor camps. In Hungary, these labor battalions were incorporated into the Hungarian army. Although internment in these labor camps often resembled the conditions in some of the Nazi concentration camps, many Romani men found it very difficult after the war to seek recognition for their imprisonment. The International Tracing Service did not have lists of prisoners from these camps, and the fact that in the territories occupied by Hungary, labor camps with Roma and Jews were incorporated into the army made such recognition impossible. Under the Czechoslovak law 255 from 1946, anyone who had ever been in the German or Hungarian army during the war was excluded from obtaining a certificate. Membership in the Slovak army was treated more benevolently. This obstacle to obtaining a certificate and subsequent compensation logically applied not only to Roma, but also to Jews. Those Roma who went into hiding during the war were discriminated against in compensation in a similar way. As I mentioned, the law did not begin to apply to them until the decree of 2001. Here too, wartime experience is typical of Slovakia, not only because of the different anti-Roma policies, but also because of the geographical difference between the two countries. Only a small fraction of the Roma who had survived in hiding were still alive in 2001. A large number of them had been little children during the war and had information about hiding only indirectly from their parents who had died in the meantime. This is evidenced, for example, by the testimony of a Slovak Romani woman who had been 4 years old during the war and who describes her family's wartime experiences in great detail based on her father's account. As for the location of the shelter that the officials required for the certificate, however, she was only able to say what district it was and that it had been in a forest with a spring of water nearby. Her application for the certificate was declined. Another reason why many people in hiding did not obtain certificates was that the officials required further testimony in addition to that of the Romani applicant. This, however, contradicted the logic of hiding because you, of course, try to conceal where you are. Okay, I have to skip. I thought it's exactly 20 minutes, but somehow, yeah. Okay, so I skip this part. I had one more idea there, but so if we look at the chart of the years that had the most successful certificate applicants, two periods, the early 1970s and the 1990s, stand out. In early 1970s is related to the 1968 decree of the law, which provided for an increase in the monthly pension for certificate holders. In addition to this general reason, which applied to all applicants without distinction, two other circumstances contributed to the higher number of successful Romani applications. First, the fact that documents relating to the Lety camp were found in Třeboň archive. Secondly, and above all, because in 1969, a belated event in the alleged already crushed Prague Spring Reform movement of 1968, the Union of Gypsies and Roma was founded, one of whose aims was to help Romani survivors obtain compensation. In 1972, under communist pressure, the union was dissolved. So to conclude, what I have just outlined provides further evidence to the well-known fact that Romani survivors had an extremely difficult time getting any compensation for their experience of wartime genocide. I do not have enough time to discuss all the obstacles, there are more than mentioned. But I must mention that many of the major barriers to obtaining compensation were not primarily related to the Romaniness, to the Romani identity of the claimants. Rather, the reasons were more general, and I would like to name two. First, if we go beyond the example of the Roma, know it in comparison, for example, with the Jews, and if we compare several regions, it becomes clear that Roma were disadvantaged by the very system of the compensation. In Czechoslovakia, the legislation corresponded to the national interests of Czechs and partly Slovaks, absurd as that was, which meant, among other things, that it was strongly anti-Hungarian. Yet it was precisely in the Czechoslovak territories occupied by Hungary during the war that most Czechoslovak Roma and Jews had lived before the war. Moreover, the situation of Slovak Roma interned in labor camps was often downplayed because it would have distorted the narrative about Czechs and Slovaks who historically suffered under German and Hungarian oppression. This narrative was especially dominant in public discourse after the war, at the time of the expulsion of Germans and the attempted expulsion of the Hungarians from Czechoslovakia. The second aspect that discriminated against Roma claimants for compensation was the question of knowledge transfer, also mentioned today, or accessibility of information, which was related, among other things, to the fact that the Allies and the Red Cross collected information and documents about prisoners during the liberation of concentration camps on the territory of the former Reich. The list of prisoners in camps that were not under Nazi control did not receive such attention. This is also why there is such a disparity in the research of the Holocaust of the Roma as well as of the Jews in the territories occupied directly by Germany and in the territories of German allies. In my application for our grant, I presented the hypothesis that because of differences in racial discrimination policies in different regions of pre-war Czechoslovakia, but also because of significant differences in demographics and geography, it was sometimes more decisive for the wartime experience of Roma and Jews, where, on what territory they found themselves, rather than whether they were Roma or Jews. Preliminary analysis of compensation claims data suggests that this thesis is mirrored in the question of compensation, where again, the difference between the regions is much more pronounced than the ethnicity of the claimant. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now I think we are a bit behind schedule, but nonetheless we take 5 minutes break just to have a cup of coffee and something, and after that we'll have a short 10 minutes for questions, I think, for these panelists. have the opportunity to ask the speakers a few questions, I guess. So please, the floor is yours, ladies. We are, as I can see, around half an hour behind schedule, but that's a problem we can cope with, I hope. Questions for these four intriguing... yes?
Should I wait for the microphone?
Microphone, please. Yes.
Thank you. Steffen Joost, Atlantic Foundation, Berlin, former leader of the Memorial Site. I have a question for Wola. My question?
Just a second, sorry. Just a second, you will get another mic.
No.
Sorry, take this, please.
It was simply not on. My I should have looked, sorry. Okay, sorry. So, question for Wola. The accounts you gave from Romani women in the camp after the disappearance of the kids and the one afterwards. So, if I understood this correctly, the accounts on that were from non-Romani survivors. And so, I mean, I was noticing they were described as very emotional, very hysterical, like pulling their hair out, stuff like that. And I was asking myself if in these accounts, or in to which amount you are looking on anti-Gypsyism in these accounts when the portrayal of Romani women, because when I was researching on the Dachau concentration camp, I also had the problem that there are nearly no accounts from survivors in the camp from Roma, but a lot of accounts from other inmates, and it's boasting with anti-Gypsyism, even if they're describing real accounts happening. But yeah, so I was asking myself if you could elaborate a little bit on that, how you deal with this.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and it's a very reasonable question, and exactly as you say, they represent they represent some collective or collected image of gypsy women or mothers, and I used these two particular examples to show that they are coming from different sources but still using the same images, right? So I try to approach non-community sources really critically, and if I quote them, I also provide the context. Yeah, but yeah, as you say, we don't see the personalities, we don't see persons, but some collective images of, I don't know, gypsy suffering or what people imagined when they described it. Yeah. Thank you.
I guess the question is, if you read, for example, if you read, if you listen to reports about the August murder of the several thousand plus Roma in the gas chambers in Auschwitz, and the screaming and yelling, they see it throughout the camp. And then you compare it to stories you have of the I'm overly generalizing, but seemingly pacifism of Jews going with silence. Don't you think that's probably more of a cultural phenomena as opposed to someone being prejudicial? It's just, I've worked a lot of Roma even in rural areas and things like that in Eastern Europe, and they're much more vocal because their whole culture is based upon verbal communication, music, and things like that. And so, do you suspect that instead of being prejudicial, it's more cultural?
A good question, but yes and no. At the same time, even in the records of the Extraordinary Commission, there are testimonies of non-Jewish eyewitnesses, and they are actually also testifying about the despair of Jewish parents, and so yeah, I wouldn't say that it's for me it has a lot to do with the representation as well.
Hello everyone, thank you for these brilliant presentations. I'm Maria, I'm a Roma from Romania, and today I have learned a lot from you. My question today goes to Natasha and Volha. So, how do you feel about researching this topic, covering women experiences? Like, do you think that it gets a lot of attention? What shall we do to improve these narratives or to research them more? Because I work myself in gender studies, and when we talk about Roma, it's everything very homogenized. So what shall we do to include all narratives? Thank you.
Yeah, we have to include community voices, you know, to I would say, apply a gender lens, an age lens. A lot of this, for example, has been done in the studies on the Holocaust and Jewish experiences, and we still don't have these works for Roma, right?
Yeah, thank you. Such a great question. I think also because I focus on literature, I think that's where my focus goes as well, and I'm slightly limited by my German background in terms of reading German texts, but I was just speaking with Katarzyna, and there's a huge publishing scene in Prague as well, and so I would say translation perhaps is also one vehicle to do this, to get voices more, get Romani voices more accessible through their own narration and yeah, films, literature, theater, things like that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you also from my side for all your wonderful contributions. And I might answer maybe a question how we deal with it in the encyclopedia. We might have around about 1,000 to 1,200 lemmas. It's quite a lot, but we will dedicate at least 100 to 150 lemmas to individual biographies of Roma men and women. And we try to show the whole heterogeneity of the people and how they acted and reacted. This is a possibility to make it visible, and it will be interlinked with a lot of features. In the online encyclopedia, we will present mainly photographs in connection with the biographical lemmas. We won't show any perpetrators' pictures, but the people, Romani people. And we will link individual stories in the timeline, so that you don't have only the abstract data, but also personal data. And I hope this can make, to improve the visibility too.
May I just add something?
Yeah.
Well, we're just talking with Natasha that actually some most important accounts remain unpublished, right? Like the poem Tears of Blood by Papusha that I mentioned. The full version is still unpublished. And believe me or not, it is very difficult to find funds for such a project. It's one of the most important texts It's a poem, but it's a long narrative poem of the written by a Romani woman, and well, it is unique in many ways. And but now I'm happy that I'm involved in this project, and now there is hope that the full version, a handwritten version as it was conceived by Papusha, not edited by Jerzy Ficowski, it will see the light of the day, maybe next year or in 2 years. Yes, but yeah. So, and I guess that it's not the only text of such kind. So we have to get such texts published and give a voice to the victims, to the women. Yeah.
If I may also add something, because this was discussed today several times about the testimonies. There was no time in the morning, but I would like to mention that in our project we will have abstracts of all published testimonies only, and still, even though we are limiting this only to published, our estimate is that there will be about 250. So as this contrasts a little bit to what Anton mentioned, that there should be 500 for all Europe, because this is really only a small percentage of all testimonies, Romani testimonies we have from Czech Republic and Slovakia. Actually, there are many more audio testimonies, but because of especially legal issues and GDPR, we had many meetings with the lawyers, and we decided to publish only those, or to do abstracts only of those published. But I think there is much more than people think.
Interesting. But unfortunately, I think we have to cut the discussion short because of the time. But thank you to all the presenters for brilliant presentations with very, very strict time limits. I apologize.
Okay, and I think that all of you have understood that we are behind schedule. So I think we will just continue immediately, and now we're going over to the session 3, Memory and Representation of the Roma Genocide, which is more or less your question, how we are continuing the work. And we have 3 speakers. We'll start with Petre Georgian Matai. He's a researcher at the viser National Institute for Study of the Holocaust in Romania. He has a PhD in history from the University of Bucharest. He was a DAAD fellow at the Ruhr University in Bochum and a fellow at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. Matai published over 20 journal articles and co-edited 2 collections of essays on various aspects of Romani history, including the deportation of Romanian Roma to Transnistria in 42 and 43. Those of you who want to hear about the plight of Roma in fascist Romania during Second World War are welcome to attend Petre Matai's talk in our Sunday seminar series here at the center this Sunday. But now he will talk about communist and post-communist discourse on the persecution of Roma in wartime Romania.
So it looks that it doesn't work, but let's give it a little bit more time. So, yeah, sure. Okay, so
I will tighten the time schedule.
Wonderful. So, first of all, I have to say that it's quite cold, and I drank like 4 or 5 coffees because they were hot. And right now I'm a little bit anxious. Secondly, I'm a bit nervous because of the previous presentations, which are quite good and quite colorful and full of statistics and maps, pictures and so on. Mine isn't, I'm afraid, like that. So I have just text because I realized that it's just too much. Yeah, it's and I have like 14 or 15 slides, and I realized I'm trapped because it looks like I promised just too much. Yeah, the other presentations were rather focused. Yeah, mine has to do with communist and post-communist discourses on the persecution of Roma in wartime Romania. So like 60 or 70 years, which is a lot. So because it's not going to be that clear what I'm going to talk about, I have this huge amount of text. So at least you will be able to understand. Yeah? If not from my mouth, then from the PowerPoint. Yeah? So I will say a little bit about what happened during the war, and then I'm going to talk about what happened during communist Romania, and then what happened after 1989, yeah? Because there are huge differences. Yeah? So I will also make some comparisons between Jews and Roma, yeah? Also in terms of what memory meant and why some were successful while others were not. So during the Second World War, Romanian authorities deported, besides Jews, also about 25,000 Roma, half of them who died in Transnistria within 2 years. Yeah? Little was known about their fate. However, things changed a lot in the last years. I wouldn't say immediately after the fall of communism, but rather in the last 15 or 20 years. And this discourse, yeah, actually these persecutions, these deportations, mean a lot to the Roma identity discourse quite recently. Yeah? So, as I said, how perceptions about Roma and the Holocaust evolved in Romania before and after the fall of communist regime. And I will just try to jump a bit because I'm scared about, you know, this strict time limit. So, what happened during the war? In 1941, hundreds of thousands of Romanian and Ukrainian Jews died mostly at the hands of the Romanian authorities. So we are talking about 45,000–60,000 Romanian Jews who were killed by Romanian and German soldiers in Bessarabia and Bukovina. Then we are talking about Romanian Jews who were deported to Transnistria, where about 100,000 died. And finally, also more than 100,000 Ukrainian Jews were killed in Transnistria. These are the Jews who died at the Romanian hands. Yeah? And then we are talking about around 130,000 Jews who were deported to Auschwitz from Hungarian-ruled northern Transylvania. Yeah? So let's say in this case we're talking about the responsibility of Germans and Hungarians. And finally, talking about Romanians, we are talking about deportations of about 25,000 Roma, again, who died, half of them in Transnistria. The forgotten Holocaust, and so on. You know this expression. So, talking about communist situation and discourses, it was, yeah, to a certain extent unknown. Why? I'm going to talk about the reasons. So I just saw you, picking that pencil, and I believe that he's showing me already like 5 minutes more. So the wartime, why this was and remained unknown? It has to do with several factors, like the wartime period and the particularities of the deportations. Yeah? Secondly, communist mnemonic narrative, and thirdly, we are talking about these differences between Jews and Roma. So, talking about the wartime period, particularities of the Roma persecutions. First of all, there was no legislation similar to the anti-Semitic one, which affected all Jews, even those who were not deported. Yeah? I showed you those figures. Except for those deported, most Roma kept their citizenship rights, served in the army, and so on. This was life-saving for most Roma. The problem was this couldn't contribute, these persecutions, to creating some homogeneous identity discourse based on these memory of persecution. Secondly, unlike Jews who were deported especially from disputed areas, Bessarabia and Bukovina, so we know for sure, I showed you the figures, most of them were immediately killed or deported, where most of them died shortly thereafter. Roma deportations were carried out, at least declaratively, according to criteria related to social and public order concerns. So that means all nomadic Roma and those sedentary Roma with criminal records or without regular forms of employment were considered dangerous and hence deported. What does it mean in terms of memory work? There was a certain victim blaming. Also, not only among Romanians, only the criminal gypsies were deported, but also among Roma who were not deported. We are not deported, we are good, the others were deported, the thieves and so on. And even self-blaming among Roma survivors. This is again a problem. Thirdly, difficult to make use of relevant, accessible places of memory. Why? The Romanian authorities deported Roma extremely quickly. I mean, there was no time, very few exceptions of people dying during these deportations. What does it mean? Neither concentration camps in Romania nor sites of mass executions or mass graves. This is a problem. Secondly, the Roma were not deported inside Romania, but to some isolated rural places in Transnistria, which in itself is something quite far away. After the war, Transnistria rejoined the Soviet Union and became once more inaccessible. And it's different in Romania from other countries in Eastern Europe, or not only. So like Poland or Belarus, where Volka wrote about, West Germany and so on, where they have these sites to commemorate and so on. That was the first reason. Second reason, communist mnemonic narrative. The responsibility for the wartime persecutions, according to this one, belonged mainly to Nazi Germany, which was accused of imposing an occupation of these states. So, that means the extent of persecution of Jews and Roma was minimized and distorted. More attention was received by those cases where guilt could be externalized. What does it mean? The Romanian historiography dealt with the fate of the Jews in northern Transylvania occupied by Hungary during the war, but shied away from discussing that of the fate of the Jews deported to the Romanian-run camps in Transnistria between 1941 and 1944. Again, more people... Okay, more Jews died at the hands of the Romanian authorities, but what we have during the communist regime is the other way around. They are talking a lot about how bad the Hungarians are because there is some competition between Romanians and Hungarians, although, objectively, they should have paid much more attention to what happened to Transnistria. Well, it didn't happen this way. So, why? Because in the case of Transylvania, the wrongdoing could be easily assigned to the Germans and Hungarians. In the case of Transnistria, not. So it was a taboo to talk about that during communist Romania. Third reason, differences between Jews and Roma. Jews had more room for making their message known. Formally recognized in Romania as a nationality, they could commemorate. Secondly, if muted in Romania, Jewish survivors stood better chances to leave Romania for Israel or to other Western countries and publish their memoirs or studies on the Holocaust. By becoming Israelis or Western citizens, they became entitled to receive compensation from Western Germany. That means they left some relatives back in Romania and who suffered the same. Some got compensation, others didn't, and this created some expectations. And these people, simple Jewish survivors, put pressure further on the community leaders to act. This didn't happen in the case of Roma. So, well, cynically said, in the case of Roma, we are talking about the misfortune of being deported only by Romanians only through Transnistria. So it was difficult to externalize the guilt. That means the Romanian historiography simply avoided the subject. The Roma couldn't challenge this narrative as there was no institutional framework allowing them to commemorate the Holocaust. They were not recognized as an ethnic minority in Romania. Unlike Jews, most Roma survivors were illiterate, unable to write and so on. West Germany started to pay compensation to Roma only late. Rather in the 1980s. And those in Romania, anyway, were not eligible. So only in the late 1990s started that. That means this, stimulus didn't exist in Romania during communism. So I won't talk about trouble that much, but yeah, there were some Roma leaders like Nicolae Gheorghiu and Trouble who tried to push this onto the agenda. But this was rather a kind of effort limited to some intellectuals, not to Roma as a movement. Yeah? And to a certain extent, they were manipulated by the Romanian communist police, secret police, Securitate. Yeah? So during the war, we had survivors, but their memories on the Holocaust remained, I mean, they didn't make it to the public sphere. They just were limited to their families, to some traditional, not influential communities. Well, after 1989, situation does change. But again, it's quite interesting, and we should talk about three different periods of time. In the early 1990s, Roma activists showed little interest in the Holocaust. There is a change, a transition period between 1997 and 2003 or 4, the emergence of this interest, but expressed randomly, as again the institutional framework was still absent. After 2003, 2004, up to now, the Holocaust turned into an essential component of the Roma identity discourse, because finally we have this institutional framework, which became possible due to the final report by International Commission on the Holocaust in Romania, which said there was a Holocaust, Romanians were responsible for that, Roma were victims of this, of deportations as well. And secondly, the increasing concerns of European and international institutions for diminishing hostility towards Roma after 2004 and 2007, when several Eastern European states with millions of Roma became part of the European Union, possibility to freely go wherever you want to go, and that meant a huge surge in anti-Gypsyism and prejudice and so on, and a need to make use of some narratives to deconstruct this hostility. Yeah? Talking about the first early 1990s, how much time do I still have? Because okay, let's see, I'm also curious. So, mainstream society, divide between mainstream society and Roma themselves. What we have, historiographical refusal to deal with the Holocaust and even less with the Roma. Why? Because Romanians felt themselves victimized, and they, just got out of communism, and they just felt the urge to use the past and to present themselves as victims. And Romanians were not the only one in this situation. All the Eastern Europeans could do more or less the same. So they paid attention to their own people's victimization during the communist regime. Little attention to the Holocaust of others, be they Jews or Roma, with uncomfortable complicities as victims had suffered also the hands of the majority groups in their respective countries. What we have in the 1990s, Antonescu was glorified, hailed as a savior, as a brave fighter against Soviet Union and so on. There was no public debate on the Roma during the Second World War. What happened? Okay, this is the mainstream society. What about the Roma? Elite, intellectuals, entrepreneurs, and so on. First of all, again, there wasn't this institutional framework. That meant that the European Union was not interested back then in Romanian, Roma, and so on. The Roma elites in Romania had neither models to emulate of Jews in Romania of the international Roma movement. We could discuss a bit about that. There was no attempts to interview them back then, let alone oral history or documentary interviews about the forgotten Holocaust. No interest from the Roma elites, intellectuals, organization, or the press to identify and interview the survivors. Until the late 1990s, there were only very few random mentions of the deportation in the Roma press. The Roma activists didn't see yet the past as a powerful tool to ethnic mobilization. Again, and this is quite interesting, but has to do with what had happened with this inertia during communism. You have some Roma leaders who exonerate Antonescu and say that yes, we got deported, but when the Romanians deported us, they did this in order to save us from the wars, from being deported by the Germans to Nazi Germany and so on. So this is quite strange, but there were some Roma who said and argued in this direction, but we could say that they were, to a certain extent, they continue to think in the terms of the 1980s, when to accuse Germany was quite important because they could get this way some at least hope to get some compensation. So what was the impact of these Roma intellectuals? I would say none. Roma NGOs were not concerned about the Holocaust. They didn't try to familiarize their members, collaborators with the team, didn't commemorate it, let alone intended to exert an influence on the rest of the Roma or the mainstream society. I think I see some pages there. So, in this transition period, we have some more consistent efforts. Yeah? Romania as a state and other Eastern European states, aiming at this European integration, that meant that they had to pay more attention to Roma. That meant, they started to change a little bit. So, for example, the cult of Ion Antonescu and other war criminals was forbidden. Yeah? The statues of Antonescu were taken down and so on. New institutions were created and consolidated. Better financial support possibilities became available. This is something which has to do with the state. Scholars' interest. Yeah? Scholars finally started to be interested in this topic. But these remained, if you want, in some libraries, not really used for memory work and so on. Quite important in my view is this compensation, compensation's impact. Because in the late 1990s, to get 1,000 German marks or, I don't know, 7,000 euros meant a lot for many Roma. So, interest from survivors and their families grew, putting pressure on Roma activists who at the time served as intermediaries for this compensation. The activists became more assertive, interested in using the past for identity construction. Yeah? I gave you a few examples here. I will skip them because I don't have time. Impact on the mainstream society, rather not. So you do have some materials published by the Roma activists in this period, which was still something compared to the early 1990s, but rather few, and they didn't represent yet sustained attempts to create or disseminate a coherent historical narrative. Yeah? Again, the real impact of the Roma NGOs and the Roma communities at the time shouldn't be overstated. They were not yet influential. As to the public education, again, having to do with the state, rather nothing. Yeah? The Roma deportations received less attention. And things change after 2003, 2004. As I said, things get more and more, let's say, accelerated in this direction of European integration. The Romanian state is quite interested in doing the right thing. Finally, we have the Roma ethnic entrepreneurs who present this deportation as the most important, relevant moment of their history. So, again, we have some factors. We have this framework, which was created by the European Romanian accession to the European Union. Yeah? So basically, I see this rather pragmatically. So you have, after 2004, 2007, states, yeah, poorer states, with compared to Norway, where coffee is quite expensive. I know that. That's why I drank like 4 coffees now. They are for free. So what I want to say is Western Europe, rich countries, rich people, better standard and so on. And then you have Eastern Europe. Yeah, you have differences as well, Poland, Romania, and so on. But we have definitely these differences. And you have these movements, yeah, and you have this fear. And then you have comparable, yeah, even poorer European citizens now, but we are talking about Roma, and that means prejudice, and we know what happened with the Romanian Roma in Italy after 2007 and so on. So I see this. So on one hand, you have better equipped Roma elites, yeah, who start to think of the past as something important that could be used as a tool for this identity discourse. And then you have the European Union, which I verify a bit, is a quite complex bureaucratic mechanism which sees as well the past as important. I mean, in order to deconstruct what we deal with this anti-Gypsyism and so on. And this persecution and this slavery, if you want, and this Holocaust of the Roma and so on, are important in this view. So, I don't know what to say because I saw that. So both Roma elites and Roma communities became increasingly interested in the Holocaust. While the elites' interest was mainly stimulated by the activity of the International Commission of the Holocaust in Romania, the others were more interested, if you want, by the simple people, by this compensation. Yeah? You have the final report, as I said, who says that Roma were victims as well, and that meant institutionalization. Sorry, so you have Roma victims who were knighted or decorated by the Romanian president. You have such ceremonies. You have the Holocaust Memorial in Bucharest with Roma as well. You have finally some places of memory, not in Transnistria. But you have something in Bucharest, and this is already a beginning. Yeah? What does it mean, final report? Prompted various forms of institutionalization, such as the Holocaust Remembrance Day, the Holocaust Memorial, the Elie Wiesel National Institute, the Holocaust Education. And I wanted to give some case studies like the Holocaust Education regarding Roma and Holocaust commemoration calendar used recently by Roma, but I don't have time anymore. And I think I will. So, yes, just a few. So there are some changes due to this institutionalization in the last 15 years. If in the beginning, very few people associated, when asked during these polls about what does it mean the Holocaust to them, only two in 2007 responded that the Holocaust meant also the persecution of Roma. You have in 2010, the number that had increased to 5, and then 2013, 13, 2015, 18, 2017, 36, and November 2019, 49%. This is the impact on the mainstream society. What about the impact on the Roma? This is more difficult to quantify, but I would put it, I would end it up this way. So in October 2014, the Roma sociologist Gelu Duminica, who is also the leader of a very influential Roma NGO, Împreună, which runs quite many educational projects and so on. They are very, very powerful in Romania. So he was asked what kind of impact the persecution have for Roma in this social memory or collective memory. And he said, for us, the Holocaust is more of a speech of the elites. At the community level, if you go and tell them about the Holocaust, they look at you strangely. If you tell them for the first time that Antonescu killed Roma, they look at you strangely. So I'd say there is still a certain gap between the Roma activists and intellectuals' expectations about how the past should be understood and used, and the simple Roma from communities. On the other hand, to finish my presentation on a more optimistic note, I know you wanted me to do that like 5 or 10 minutes ago. Never before in the history had the Roma stood better chances to explore and make use of what they consider to be the relevant path for articulating their identity. That's it. I don't know if you... Thank you. Should I?
Thank you very much. Very good. We'll open for questions afterwards. We go over to Liliana Radonik. She's a political scientist at the Austrian Academy of Science in Vienna. She holds a PhD from the University of Vienna, where she has been teaching political science since 2004. You don't look like you've been teaching so long. She was editor of several volumes dealing with memory politics, most recently the Holocaust Genocide template in Eastern Europe at Routledge in 2020. She's currently leading a major research project financed by the European Research Council, and the project examines the portrayal of mass atrocities in memorial museums. Today she will present a part of this project that looks at the representation of Roma genocide in the former socialist countries. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you for everyone for having me here. Yes, so we will now move to representation, and I brought you a lot of visuals. So my current project analyzes 50 museums worldwide, but today I will draw from my older work that focused on the post-communist EU member states. I have analyzed museums basically in all post-communist member states and the missing memorial museums in Sofia and Bucharest. And I will now focus on those that I call museums that invocate Europe during EU accession talks, because I was interested in how those museums were used to communicate with Europe when the country was trying to join the European Union. So we have a huge development in the museum scene here, and a big part of this huge development involves Roma and representations of Roma in the museums. So it involves less Roma themselves as persons, but more Roma representations, which is the tricky part. And I will focus now on the three that have, let's say, the most extensive coverage of Roma genocide in their museums, because they want to prove Europe readiness. This is my argument, through adding, among other things, the topic of Roma genocide into their museums. In order to make sure that you're all awake, I want to start with the question if stereotypical or humiliating musealization of Roma and the Roma genocide is better than nothing. Because this is the situation we have at the ground. We have it now, but I will scandalize it during my talk. And then at the end you can decide. I will not give a final answer to that because I'm torn in this question. But I will show you what I mean by stereotypical and humiliating. Okay, so Petra has spoken about the European level. I will stay brief here. So we have on the one hand the universalization, the so-called, of the Holocaust as a negative icon of our era. The Holocaust here meaning the mass murder of Jews. And then we have in this additional step of Europeanization of memory, the extension of these debates to a certain degree on including the Roma genocide into this Europeanization of memory. This is a very normative development. I'm not uncritically, mentioning it. I'm just saying that these are the words how this is being discussed. So we have a huge step from '94, from the 50th anniversary of the elimination of the so-called gypsy camp in Auschwitz-Birkenau, to European Union taking that up as their agenda in several resolutions that you see here, but I will skip them in order not to be long. The crucial point is that the EU puts on their agenda, on the one hand, the mobilization of the Holocaust remembrance, and on the other hand, integrative aims that also affect Roma, as we have just heard for the Romanian case. Now to the museums. I will start with the Slovak one. We have heard something about the Slovak uprising in 1944. We have here a museum devoted to this Slovak uprising in central Slovakia in Banská Bystrica, a huge museum built only for the purposes of exhibiting this national uprising, built in 69 or opened in 69, and the permanent exhibition opened in 2004, the year Slovakia joined the European Union, the big wave of Eastern enlargement. Now, when we look at how Roma are represented in this exhibition, we can first say they are marginalized to a certain extent. They are present in this, let me move back. Here, this is the middle between those two halves, and here we have the memorial plaques, and here we have a stone devoted to the Roma Holocaust, as it is called. And then we have the phenomenon that is very typical. They are represented very low in what I call the hierarchy of visibility in the museums. You can find that in almost all the cases. Everyone can say, look, we included the Roma, but they are on page 159 of something, of a computer screen. So you don't see the genocide exhibited on a high level of visibility, but hidden somewhere on the very back page of something that is very extensive. This is the first argument. The second one is then when you look at how Roma victims and survivors are represented on the visual level, we can say that a lot of humiliating, first the language, sorry. Before I come to the visuals. The language of this reads, for example, like this. From autumn 42 to autumn 44, the Roma question in Slovakia was solved in form of labor camps for antisocial and difficult to adopt people. No quotation marks for solved, no quotation marks for Roma question. And this is typical. I'm not scandalizing Slovakia in particular. We have that problem a lot. Now, the visuals. And I'm sorry, I have to reproduce some of the humiliating pictures because otherwise I cannot explain what I'm talking about. We see here a murdered man being pulled out on his leg out from a crevice where he was thrown into. This is how Roma are represented commonly in those museums. Very rare instances, and in this case, two of the many pictures are individualizing pictures. Here we have Jakub and his brother. Those are the two private photographs. Why is this important? We heard it in the panel before. Individual stories matter. They allow the visitors to have empathy with the victims. But when it comes to the Roma, those individual representations are so rare compared to the other victim groups. Now, we can argue that we have heard a lot about sources and lacks of testimonies, but I will show you later in a counterexample that there are photographs of people we know by name, whose stories we know. Okay, that was Slovakia. Briefly, let me move on to Jasenovac. We have talked about it today as well. So, Ustasha concentration camp, Nazi collaborators who were running their own death camp in Croatia, where Roma were the second largest victim group. This exhibition, again, 2006, when Croatia was struggling to join the European Union, it was lagging behind, it was unclear if they will make it. They did this exhibition claiming that they have cooperated with international Holocaust museums, the USHM, Anne Frank House, and Yad Vashem, and so on. The total focus here is on the individuals and their testimonies. You have here the names of the victims, you have many video testimonies, many drawings by children who were imprisoned, and so on. So there is an absolute focus on purpose on the individual victims, except when it comes to the Roma. So first, on the language level, we have here Serbs, Jews, and Roma. This is the standard phrase we can find all over the exhibition. Here, Roma are prominently present, as at least in the phrase of Serbs, Jews, and Roma. Of course, we could ask why they come third, because today we know that they are the second largest victim group. But never mind. And so here we do have them on this text level, but that's it. So on the high level of visibility, there is nothing more. One testimony of a Rome who is actually giving testimony as a partisan, but he's also from the Romani community. But that's not what he is speaking about. The ethnic persecution of Roma is not the topic of the part of the testimony we are seeing. And then we have again the computer working places, where you can then go on reading if you search and if you want to click on the Roma genocide, again on this very low level of visibility. And then a third point, we have this map. If you know what Uštica is, I don't know if you can see it from the chairs. Here, the last item says Uštica. This was the Roma camp of Jasenovac. But this is not explained here. It just says Uštica. You either know it or you don't know it. Okay, now visuals in this case. The guidebook of this memorial museum has a chapter on the Jewish victims written by a Jew, a chapter on the Serb victims written by a Serb, a chapter on the Roma victims written by a non-Roma. And again, this guidebook has a lot of, I think, over 300 private photos, privately taken photos of the victims and survivors, and these short biographies here. So they give a name and one sentence about who that was and what happened to this person. And this, empathy-wise, really works. So you really go on reading and you hope that this one person who looks nice, at the end it will say he or she survived. So empathy-wise, it works. But we have no one for whom it's pointed out that it was a Roma. Now, again, we could say, okay, maybe there were not enough photographs from interwar period, but some of the photos are from survivors after 45. So this argument doesn't stand. Then what do we have when it comes to Roma in Jasenovac? We have images taken by perpetrators. So the aforementioned Uštica, the Roma camp, is seen on this picture, where we see all cliches we want to have. And here again, a perpetrator-taken humiliating picture, but no private photographs, no individual testimonies. Then the text level going along with that is in the chapter of the museum guidebook, saying, among other things, that Roma women still wear colorful clothes. Roma are a people of freedom and unlimited travel. And in comparison to the other inmates, the Roma had the worst time of it in the camp, because they are people of freedom and unlimited travel. And we have had the problem of testimonies this morning. The testimonies of the seldom survivors are so drastic that we might or might not accept them as truthful and authentic. And the author goes on to not accept them. And the interesting thing is, the late Natasha, who wrote this monograph, which is not an extensive monograph, therefore I agree with you, Karen, but there is a monograph on the Roma genocide written by the woman who also wrote this chapter, and the monograph doesn't have this stereotypical depiction, but here it's a kind of, for educational purposes, we need to explain the Roma to the people thing that went wrong, I think. This is the Jasenovac case. The last one, the Holocaust Memorial Center in Budapest, is the one that includes Roma in the most extensive way. But one must add that, again, 2004, the year Hungary joined the EU, was when the museum opened, but they were running late with the permanent exhibition. They kind of ex post decided to add the Roma to the exhibition while they were already preparing it. The problem is, you notice that all over the exhibition. Let me show you. Also, in the way how Roma are shown, some of the things I have already mentioned can be found here. So there is extensive coverage. This is the room on the introduction, where the Roma in Hungary and the Jews in Hungary are introduced in this Budapest museum. And then we look at the photos and the photo captions. For the Jews, it says, for example, here, I don't know, you probably cannot read the caption, but I will read it. Jewish merchants on Teleki Square in Pest in 1912. So the location and the exact year are given. For the Roma, it says gypsy women wandering and begging somewhere in Hungary, 1910s. Now, again, we can argue we don't know when and where exactly it was taken, but you could say that. You could say date unknown, photographer unknown, place where it was taken unknown. But this is not the same as phrasing it like somewhere and wandering and begging. And you don't see them begging on the picture, so I would say this is an additional interpretation in the caption that comes in. Okay, now I have learned that with Hungary, we have a different archival situation, if I'm informed correctly, because there is a huge collection of photos that is not named, so the persons are not named, but still there would be ways to come around that. You could problematize that, for example. But what works very well, I think, in this museum, that is actually a very self-critical one, that addresses Hungarian perpetratorship very explicitly, and I like that part very much. And the other thing is it tells the stories of 5 families throughout the exhibition, 4 Jewish families, very different Jewish families, and 1 Roma family. So there is this individualization, but it's like, again, it's a story about a family not being told by the family, but at least we have this. So the Bogdan Kolompar family is covered here. Then the visual representations. We have rather typical musicians, and then the wording. I mentioned that this was added later, and then we have this language. Roma too were persecuted. Also gypsies suffered this and that. And they are a bit playing like the 2 groups of welcomed artists versus the vagrant gypsies against each other. And then, wording again, I quote, "It was these people that the authorities kept trying to settle or drive to the territory of neighboring countries. These people" would be a wording for the Jewish victims that they would never have used. And then, "the job of the authorities was not made easier," so the Hungarian authorities, "was not made easier by the fact that the law never defined who was to be regarded as a gypsy." Poor authorities, one could say. And then on the object level, we have unattributed objects, which we could problematize in itself, but of the objects that are there, those that can be identified as Jewish objects. So on the object level in the museum, Roma are again not represented. The situation is luckily completely different when we come to exhibitions that deal with Roma exclusively. And this is a good thing. And unfortunately, Frank Reuter is not here today because he did the one that I would like to show you at the end, because it does everything differently, because it's devoted exclusively to Roma genocide victims and has this whole individualization. and scandalizes the stereotypical and humiliating gaze of the perpetrators and of post-45 anti-Gypsy continuities and so on. So they would have the list of the victims, the famous Setela, and then also, on the one hand, the typical photos you would expect, but on the other hand, also the untypical photos that you wouldn't expect of of Roma as box champions, of Roma as officers. And then they prove that, okay, there are individual, private photographs of people whose biographies we know. It's simply shown there for, as I said, the Hungarian case a little bit different, but for all the other countries, so they go through former Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and show us that, well, it is possible to individualize Roma victims as well, or even to give them the word and quote their poems about persecution and so on. Okay, so my final question is, why Slovakia, Croatia, and Hungary? On the one hand, why do they include the Roma? I think I already hinted at that at the beginning, because it's considered as part of proving that we are Europe ready. Why did they have to prove it? Well, Hungary had the problem of the revisionist House of Terror. The Viktor Orban opened in 2002 a museum that was heavily criticized, and this was a kind of, look, we can do a good European standard museum as well. So this was an answer, I would argue, to the criticism. And with Slovakia and Croatia, they had historical revisionist semi-authoritarian governments in the 1990s. Franjo Tuđman, you probably know of, as the Croatian president, who was the chief historical revisionist of the country. Then he died at the end of 1999, and then this was the attempt to show, look, we have left that behind. We are following what Anne Frankhaus and US HMM would consider a standard. Not that this has ever been spelled out, so I'm also scandalizing this term of standard, but it's like the museums address it that way. They speak of, we want to correspond with, quote, European standards, end of quote. So I would argue that they were added, like Roma victims and survivors, for the first time in such significant ways, but in very problematic ways. Now come back to my question and think about it. What is better, to not have them or to have them exhibited like this? I'm a little bit speechless. I don't have an answer to that. Of course, it should be changed, but all the permanent exhibitions that I have presented you now from the time of the EU accession talks, they are still there. So this is how this is shown. And of course, I've been polemic towards scandalizing them, but yeah. Okay, so for those of you who read German, you can read about that in my habilitation book. Habilitation is this Central European dinosaur, the second doctorate that you need in Central Europe. And for those who don't, it's all in this book that has recently been published by Celia Donnert and Dave Rosenheft. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Liliana. We can ask you questions afterwards, probably. We're going to Stefan Just, that is a program director at the Alfred Landecker Foundation in Berlin, where he develops projects dealing with the commemoration of the Holocaust. Prior to joining the Landecker Foundation in 2021, Just headed the education department at the Dachau concentration camp memorial site. Among his other responsibility, he developed online pedagogical programs, including those dealing specifically with the Nazi persecution of Roma and Sinti. He is the author of several publications on the same subject. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Also, thanks to everyone who's still here, and thanks to everyone talking today. It's really nice being among colleagues. Thanks to everyone organizing this, giving us food. Thanks for all the great technical stuff, so thank you. So, my topic is teaching about the Roma genocide in memorial sites and beyond, critical perspectives on an underrepresented topic. There was a recent study in Germany, the so-called MEMO study It's the 5th year already. And the last one from this year included some questions on the Roma genocide and the situation of Sinti and Roma after 1945 in Germany and also today. And in this study, 52.3% affirmed that of the participants, that they already dealt explicitly with the persecution and murder of Sinti and Roma during the time of National Socialism. And 30.1% said that they actually knew a place that is commemorating the Sinti and Roma murdered during National Socialism. So this doesn't sound so bad, actually, and but to be honest, I'm skeptical. This sounds, from my personal experience, actually way too high for me, and I would really like to know more. So how did these people actually deal with the history? Was it in school? Did they watch a movie? Did they visit a memorial site? Did they do it once, twice? I don't know. And what are the places they think they know? Are these local memorials? Is it the Central Memorial in Berlin? Is it perhaps a concentration camp memorial site in general? So you see, there's actually a lot more questions than answers to get from a survey like this. And for me, it also shows that education on the topic actually has to go a long way. But at least in the study, the participants saw this as well. Nearly 90% of them said that the persecution and murder of Sinti and Roma during the time of National Socialism should play a way more prominent role in school, and only 11.3% did not think so. So, if people think that the topic should play a more prominent role in education, this brings me to my presentation. So, how to do it? Over the last 10 years as an educator, I looked at the question of how to teach the history of a minority in institutions of the majority society, of the dominating society. And I asked the question of how can educators that, in most cases, still come from the dominating society, at all talk about the history of an extremely heterogeneous group and like Roma. And I'm going to talk about 5 central assessments. So I guess there are way more, but these are a great starting point. The challenges that come with them, and what consequences for the educational practice in schools, memorial sites, and other places of learning we can draw. So the first one. There's actually often very little pre-existing knowledge about Roma, the genocide, and racism against them. So the challenge, or what this means, is it's often necessary when you're an educator to explain really like basic terms in the beginning. So there's no basic knowledge on problematic terms like Zigeuner, for example. There's not a lot of knowledge on stereotypes and not at all about the history. So as an educator, one of the challenges is that you have the danger of planting discriminating content in your participants that was actually not there before. And another challenge is that it's rarely a topic that is chosen voluntarily. Often it's teachers choosing to deal with this in school. It's teachers choosing to go to a memorial site. It's teachers choosing to do a workshop on that, because participants, especially young people, rarely choose this as a topic. So this also from the experience of memorial sites, especially in Germany, where there are a lot of workshops on the topic that have been developed in the last years, but yeah, they are rarely booked actually. So the problem is there's no easy solution to this, because as German educators Kerem Ataseva and Susanne Gärtner put it, I'm quoting, "We are working in a field where existing images are being deconstructed, and at the same time we are forced to address a few things. This is a dilemma," end of quote. In my experience, the best way is to let actually Roma speak for themselves. So to create educational materials where Roma can speak from their perspective. I would also always recommend not to address or would also recommend to address discriminatory terms and images when it becomes necessary and not in form of an info dump in the beginning. As I said, the danger of planting discriminatory content that perhaps wasn't even there. Number two, this as part of this, because there's a difference between learning about anti-Gypsyism, anti-Ziganism, and learning about Roma. The challenge there is that participants in educational settings are often interested in information about Roma. This means they want to know about their culture, their history. And that's where, in my opinion, one of the problems lies. They want to know how they are different, perhaps, from us. So there we have the danger of othering in these educational contexts, which is really one of the big problems, and also one of the more difficult topics when teaching about the genocide, anti-Gypsyism in general. It holds the danger for educators to step up as experts for Roma culture. And this is something we should definitely avoid as educators, because behind this curiosity that one might find innocent normally lies not an interest in knowledge, but the need for confirmation of already existing beliefs, as German educator Astrid Messerschmidt puts it. So what to do? Educators should concentrate on the dominating society. Educational work on the persecution of Sinti and Roma, therefore, does not aim at explaining or even confirming and manifesting otherness, but rather explores the conditions to which the majority declares the minority to be other, and thus justifies, enables, implements exclusionary, even eliminatory practices. So this means, and we have already heard about that, we can't not only tell individual stories, not only just biographies, because we have to also look at the structures behind that. So for work in historical sites, this means deconstructing racist logics, even in the limited space provided by the prevailing short-term offerings. It also means exposing linguistic opposition, for example, between normal and deviant. We also heard a little bit about that in the exhibition text of the museums. Because we have to see them as constructions and have to avoid them in an educational context. Educators should instead examine the historical and current anti-Gypsyism, and this also includes looking at oneself as an educator, because, this brings me to number 3, it's important to reflect on the role of educators. Because the challenge is that reflecting about the role educators play, reflecting about the role educators play for anti-Ziganism is important. They not only function as gatekeepers of knowledge, but often play a role themselves when it comes to discrimination in the educational system, the dissemination of racism. Often educators are lacking knowledge and strategies on how to identify actually anti-Gypsyism and how to deal with it even in their own teachings. So a way to deal with this would be to establish modules in the curricula of teacher training that deal with racism and, even better, with anti-Gypsyism in particular. And other institutions like museums, memorial sites, and so on have to make sure that modules like this are available to their educators as well. So one really important part in these type of modules is to improve the ability for self-reflection. So to reflect about the stereotypes that yourself have and the entanglement of yourself in your profession, of yourself and your profession in structural racism. But to be honest, I think it's unrealistic to expect that every teacher will be able to attend specific trainings on anti-Gypsyism. So I think it's important to act much more intersectional on this topic. We have to connect this with other forms of discrimination like anti-Semitism, racism, homophobia, and establish more general courses which enable teachers and educators to reflect their role and deconstruct the structural basis for discrimination and general power dynamics. Number 4, it's important to let Roma speak for themselves as much as possible. I already said it, because number 1,
this means the use of sources for education. When we are designing materials on the persecution of Roma during National Socialism, it's often difficult to find adequate source materials. As we just saw, for example, in the exhibition in Auschwitz, it's there. And you can't just design education materials and workshops based on the view of the perpetrators. But on the other hand, in my opinion, it's also important to not use them. So, I mean, there's often the case that people who did not survive, for example, they did not give any statements after 1945. So often, for many of them, the sources made by the perpetrators are the ones we have. And secondly, it also means that self-organizations or individuals are not getting invited enough when institutions like museums, memorial sites, and other governmental actors are designing new materials, exhibitions, and so on. So the solution for this, of course, is when you're designing educational materials, exhibitions, and so on, you have to use sources in which Roma speak for themselves. It's not, if this is not possible, make clear why this is. Be transparent about this, and be extra careful when introducing perpetrator sources, be it photographs, documents from concentration camps, even when we already heard this today. I mean, when other victims are talking about their former inmates in concentration camps, there's often anti-Gypsyism incorporated in their thought. So when using biographies, make sure that you don't just let one person stand for the whole group. Make sure to address the heterogeneous character of Roma and let sometimes a single biography can just be a single biography that stands for this person, that doesn't have to stand for the whole number of Roma persecuted during National Socialism. And Carola already talked about this. It's important to use examples of resistance because they can help to show victims of genocide as active subjects that they're acting, reflecting, and are making choices. We heard today already about Karl Wacker-Horvath, the father of Seja Stojka, who was imprisoned in Dachau, murdered in Hartheim, and who, as a form of resistance, wrote to his family using Romanes. So, I mean, this is really low key, but it still shows that him making choices, him standing up, even in a situation where you don't have much choice. So, and of course, when you are designing your materials, planning exhibitions, and so on, make sure to involve members of the community. This can mean working with organizations, but also individuals. So, the last point. Teaching about the genocide on Roma and Sinti is closely connected to current events. It's not only historical. What this means is that historic events still influence the current lives and the treatment of Roma, that anti-Gypsyism is still an everyday occurrence. There's, of course, the danger to pack way too many topics into settings where you don't have enough time. For example, the normal format in museums and memorial sites are still guided tours that last 1.5 to 3 hours tops. And also in schools, you can't expect history teachers to spend a few weeks just on this topic. It'll be just part of dealing with the Holocaust and National Socialism in general, if at all. So it also means, but this is a challenge, that ideally educators should have detailed knowledge not only on the historical circumstances, but also on current forms of racism and anti-Gypsyism. And as I said, this is really hard to expect from teachers, from whom we actually expect a lot on a lot of different topics. So what to do? I still think that historic education on the persecution during National Socialism is not enough, but it always has to be combined with information on historic and current anti-Gypsyism. And Educators can do this by teaching about the connections and the structures and mechanisms that enabled anti-Gypsyism historically and that continue until today, especially with the persecution of Sinti and Roma. You have a lot of connections where the persecution did not stop simply in 1945. We heard it, the second persecution, often with the same perpetrators still involved. So still works. Doing so enables participants to develop a much deeper connection also with the historical topic because they see a closer connection to their everyday lives. So learning about the mechanisms of historical anti-Gypsyism will also help participants to find, reflect, and deconstruct similar topics in current text, images, songs, movies, videos, and so on. And if there's enough time, I would always recommend to include time to talk about subjective options on how to act in everyday situations against anti-Gypsyism, of course. So, coming to an end. As you can see, even 80 years after the end of the Second World War, there's a lot of work to do for educational praxis on the genocide and on current anti-Gypsyism. As I stated before, I think it's unrealistic to expect that every teacher, or at least every history teacher, is taking trainings on anti-Gypsyism and will be able to study the complexities of the genocide and the discrimination after 1945 in depth. But what this means for us and other people and institutions involved in the field is that we need much more materials that take these flaws into account. Materials that can be used by teachers, museums, and memorial sites, and not only deliver material for the students, but also materials for the educators. So they can self-educate on the topic because before actually teaching it themselves. When you're designing this, the 5 statements I made above would be a good starting point for this, I think. So thank you very much.
To you, and I will ask Petre and Liliana to come up here, and you too, if you can sit there. We have maybe some questions or comments, or are you exhausted? I'm gonna see if we can get the microphone, and then we're ready. Thank you very much for very nice and very informative interventions. We have a question here and here.
So thank you so much for an excellent panel. I enjoyed all the 3 presentations. I have a comment to...
You have to take it closer.
Closer? Even closer?
I think it's the angle.
Angle,
speak
okay.
in, yeah.
So I have a comment to Liliana. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's definitely very important to do this comparison. Unfortunately, I think we were not surprised by what you found. There was one point where I felt a little bit uneasy. So if I may speak about it, the way you either marginalized or contrasted the Jews. Yeah, so because you in a way then contrasted the Jews with the photo where there was a year in contrast to the Roma picture. Otherwise, you rather sidelined them, even though, for example, in Banská Bystrica, it was on the picture. You could see that the Jews had the same size of the same small plague. So in a way, I would think it would be nice to see to say it's not only about Roma, but they both were sidelined. And actually, in the plague, there was nothing about Jews. You only saw the Hebrew script, and this was the clue, okay, it's about Jews. And in the photo, for me, it was also prejudice description, because there was no way you could judge that those were some merchants. It was so again, why would those be Jewish merchants? They were old people, speaking together. So in a sense, yeah, this is my small comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Allows me to explain the broader concept, the broader frame of my analysis, because my argument is that in this group of museums that do what I call the invocation of Europe, the Jews are depicted in an individualized way because this is the most important part of this message communicating with Europe that, look, we have this Holocaust included now and we individualize, this is the Western standard. The examples you picked out. So for the memorial plaque in Banská Bystrica, my argument is that the Roma are represented only on this memorial plaque and on the computer screens, which have those 1,000 pages, and you need to click on the chapter on the Roma to read about them. Otherwise, you have them subsumed under the term racially persecuted people, and they are not named on the permanently exhibited texts or in the photos. This was my argument for the memorial plaque. So the Jews, there is a memorial plaque for the Holocaust as well, but the Jews are all over this extensive Holocaust section in the Banská Bystrica exhibition. And there you have a pillar with individual photographs of Jews and names. And this is exactly my point. So this, what we know from the US Holocaust Memorial Museum, from the Tower of Faces, these high installations that include the private photographs, this is done for the Jews in all the 3 museums, but not for the Roma. The other group of museums, there I do exactly what you just said. The other group of the museums would put the suffering under the Soviets first, and they would avoid individualizing the Jewish suffering because that feels threatening to our suffering of the majority non-Jewish populations in the Baltics or at the House of Terror. So there exactly what you described applies, that Jews are depicted in a stereotypical way, their stories are conceived as threatening, and so I make this distinction between the 2 museum groups. I hope that answers it a little bit. Thank you.
That's good. Vola?
Panel, and I have a question to Liliana and then a comment for Stefan. So may I ask you a little bit about your sources? So how is it only representation, or do you also conduct interviews with museum curators, for example, to know a little bit more about their vision? Because I ask because I've read your chapter for Yves Rosenhaft and Celia Donard volume, and you are also offering an analysis of the temporary exhibition from Vilnius, which is a very, well, I found your criticism very relevant. But I also talked to the curators and to the memory activists who provided those community sources to for the exhibition. And I found actually these memory activists quite dedicated to what they were doing. And but you know, to avoid these images and anti-Gypsyism, you have to be aware of it, right? And what is the problem here, I think, is that there are no actually national experts who could advise them on this, yeah, how to do it. So they were doing it just the way they found themselves, with a good intention, and just to find themselves in this trap, yeah. So connecting to what Stefan was saying, we need more work with educators. And actually, I am. Thank you for these tips, because I am teaching Roma genocide and also the Holocaust in Eastern Europe and in the Soviet Union and the University of Regensburg, and I'm offering undergraduate courses. and every term I'm facing a dilemma what to do, actually to offer a separate course on Roma or to integrate them in the course on, for example, Holocaust and genocide and memory of the Holocaust in the Soviet Union. And I have to say that if I offer a separate course, then I have less students coming from different backgrounds, sometimes very interesting bunch of people. Some of them, for example, are interested in, to study gypsy culture or, So, and if I offer a course, a more general one, then maybe it's a little bit forced education, but then I have actually more teachers, more future teachers. So what to do? To integrate or to offer a parallel knowledge?
Thank you very much. Do you want to start and then you afterwards?
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So yes, I either conduct interviews with the curators or I draw from the texts like that they wrote themselves explaining their thoughts and missions and why they did what they did. The Vilnius thing as a temporary exhibition is something that's an exception. There I didn't speak with anyone about the intentions because this also happened after my visit that it was installed after my initial visit and the main period of research. So in this case, but basically what you said about the good intentions is exactly my point. What do we do with these good intentions? I agree with you that this is the motivation, and this is a noble one, because something is being done, and things are brought to consciousness, and it is good intention. But also with the Holocaust Memorial Center in Budapest, it was the activists, Roma activists, who brought it in, but then there was this question of hierarchy discussions, and how much space do we get? And then the exhibition ended up the way it is, where Roma were in a way pushing for it, but then it was a compromise how it ended up. And that's the interesting thing, like these power relations in also, okay, we have the good intentions, we have activists, and then we have the people who have the final decision. And I'm very much interested in these triangles and all those power relations. But I take the output for granted. So I seriously focus on the output because this is what the people get to see. And for me, it's very important how it happened, but I take what they are showing very serious because that's what the school children get and everyone else. So, yeah.
Stefan, do you want forced education or special education?
Well, actually in the last years, I mean, I've come more to, I would say quantity is better in that case, actually. I think it's better to have as many teachers as possible to, teach, and I would, as I said, I mean, I think it's important to think intersectional on that. I mean, there's many topics that I was talking about, like how to have a critical view on sources, for example. This is also as important on Jewish or sources about Jews as well. I mean, all the pictures depicting the Jews from the East, for example. So it's also very important to not take them for granted. So I would personally make sure that teachers have like general competence on these things and are then able to deepen on certain topics themselves. So yeah, I would say definitely integrated in a bigger course to reach more people.
Okay, forced education. Natasha, do you have another question?
I have a question for Peter. You were discussing at the end of your presentation about the Romani calendar that is now being used in Romania, and also different sites, Holocaust sites, and you also mentioned the difference between elite Romani people and perhaps the lesser elite. And so I guess my question would be, how do you think we can incorporate the voices of perhaps the non-elite into more discourses, and perhaps that ties also with how do you feel about the representation of the Roma genocide in sites in Romania that are now doing this kind of work?
Memory places, you mean, or?
Yeah.
So it's a bit. Okay, I will start with that. So it's quite difficult because for a lot of time, nothing was done regarding this. Yeah, I mean to identify and to make use of them. And as I said, Transnistria is quite far away and difficult to incorporate it into this. There were some attempts already in the 1980s, but nothing was done whatsoever, yeah, by some Roma activists. So we have this Holocaust memorial in Bucharest, and you have some symbols, you know, dedicated to Roma, and Roma commemorate, since, and I showed some photos, 2007, 2009, yeah. The problem is, however, and we talked about that in private, that actually Roma deportations took place in hundreds, I mean, people were deported, Roma were deported from hundreds of villages and towns and so on. The problem is, we have rather this central Holocaust memorial in Bucharest, and you have, you know, very meaningful events, if you want, like 27th of January, 2nd of August, and so on. 9th of October, so the National Holocaust Day in Romania. And you definitely have this more important Roma activists celebrating with some you know, ceremonies. But the problem is what happens down there in those hundreds of villages and cities. And I would say not much. And yes, in the last years, people started, for example, and I know a friend of mine, he's the great-grandson of a Roma survivor I interviewed a few years ago. And in a village in Ialomița, like 100 kilometers away from Bucharest. So he had some interesting initiatives. I mean, he talked to the mayor and convinced the local authorities to have this Gedenktafel, so memorial, in a village, which didn't really have much to do with deportations, because we are talking about nomadic Roma settling down in the 1950s or 1960s. But still, you have those relatives, and you have that communities, and you still have actually some Roma survivors there. So there are some local initiatives, which I guess should be encouraged more. We also, the Institute, have some projects with, after interviewing Roma or Jewish survivors, we go to certain places, like certain cities where more Roma were deported, like 100 or 1,000. And we have some partnerships with the better high schools, yeah? And we try to make the students, like 16, 17s from these high schools, get interested into this topic, which otherwise is quite neglected, Roma deportations. And the idea is, because we talked about this guilt externalization, which is quite, you know, common, yeah? The idea is to make it to the communities, to not only to the Roma, but also to the non-Roma communities. I mean, the Holocaust is not necessarily something, or deportations, Roma genocide, whatever, something which happened somewhere else, yeah, in Transnistria or in Auschwitz, but it happened there, you know, locally, you know. And we try, I mean, to make these students realize that. And based on the oral history interviews we gave to them, or which are transcribed, or documents, you know, they come with some ideas or some, if you want, scripts, you know, which are given further after some amendments from us to some illustrators. And then you have these open, street exhibitions, which are put in front of the main institutions, cultural institutions in that city. For example, in my city, which deported 106 Roma during the war. or you have these exhibitions, because we did that in several other cities, in front of the city hall, yeah? More or less the same city hall which hosted the same institution 70 or 80 years ago when the Roma were deported, were responsible. It's something to make it local, yeah? To make it to the communities, be they non-Roma or Roma. So raising awareness and, if you want, yeah, empowering actually the locals. So I don't know if I understood, because, yeah.
Good. I think we will stop there. Thank you very much to the three of you, and for all the rest of you too, for coming here. Thank you for everybody that has been looking at streaming, and for the audience. And I don't know if I'm going to conclude, otherwise we have to continue with the forced education. So, thank you.